Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm going to call the meeting to order. At this time, I'd like to remind council and municipal staff that this meeting is being live streamed to the public. All council meetings are also recorded. Recordings will be available to the public on the township's YouTube account. Physical attendance of the public at this meeting is restricted due to the COVID-19 pandemic. This meeting is held electronically under Bylaw 2020-70 to amend Procedural Bylaw 2018-117 pursuant to Section 238 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended. And just before we begin, I'd like to do the First Nations land acknowledgement. As we gather today, I would like to acknowledge on behalf of Council and our community that we are meeting on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. We would like to thank the Algonquin people and express our respect and support for their rich history. And we are extremely grateful for their many and continued displays of friendship. We also thank all the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. We'll now move to the adoption of the agenda for Tuesday, December 7th, 2021. I'll just check, Sue, are there any amendments to the agenda?
There are not.
Okay, thank you. Then the recommendation is that the council and committee agenda for Tuesday, December 7th, 2021 be approved as presented. Could I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Poplinski, seconded by Councillor Wilmer. All those in favor? And that's carried. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest this morning? Councillor Wilmer.
Yeah, I'll declare a conflict of interest on item 6.11, the private roads grants 2022, as I live on one of those roads that's recommended for funding.
Okay, great. Thank you. Sue?
Just be mindful, Councillor Wilmer, I'll send you the declaration. If you could please fill it in, sign it, and send it back to me.
Okay, great. I'm sure that will get done. Thank you. Are there any others? I'm not seeing any others. All right, this morning we have 3 delegations, and our first delegation is Joanne Brooks and Andy Trull. Andy's here in the place of Anna. And they're from the Women's Sexual Assault Center of Renfrew County, and they're here regarding public art, a stone pebble installation. It says Heritage Park Wilno. So Joanna, Andy, welcome. And I'll turn it over to you to speak to council.
Great. Thank you very much for having us today. And nice to see faces. I'm often thinking that Zoom is a great way for us in Renfrew County to gather, especially in winter weather. So thank you. I do work for the Women's Sexual Assault Center, but I'm also the coordinator for the Ending Violence Against Women Committee in Renfrew County. And the two groups have come together to support the inquest that will be called for the murders for Carol Culleton and Anastasia Kuzik and Natalie Warmerdam. That will be announced in January, and the inquest probably will happen in June of 2022, taking place in Pembroke. Our purpose at the Women's Sexual Assault Center was to support the inquest process by, we applied for a bit of funding to have a community engagement process to be able to speak with people privately or maybe in small groups, perhaps online, for thoughts and feelings about the inquest itself, take forward messages maybe that would be helpful in another situation around violence against women in another community, but those folks might not be actually at the formal inquest.
This.
Sorry?
Just 1 second. Okay, there. Thank you. The person who is speaking has been muted. Please continue. I apologize for that.
Thanks. No worries. So at any rate, so we've hired a community engagement specialist, Pamela Cross, who is an expert in violence against women, very sensitive to the issues, very aware. So that process will happen throughout the county, but mostly in the Eganville, Killaloe, Barry's Bay area in the spring of 2022, with the hopes that that information could go to the inquest to really help support that process. But when we were thinking about that, we realized, because of our own experiences of working with OV Chaos and Anna Camilleri with Redefine Productions, we've created a stone pebble monument to honor survivors of sexual violence in Eganville at the Centennial Park, in Pickwalknagon, in Killaloe, and actually at the Women's Sexual Assault Center in Pembroke, we have a little installation. Very powerful process for the community at the time. That was done in 2016. And it allowed folks to participate in ways that they didn't have to speak. There's a laying of stones and there were artistic frames created. Andy can talk more to that process as the artist. But at any rate, we felt that if we were going to be opening up wounds and ripping off Band-Aids in terms of how folks are feeling about the murders and the inquest, that an art piece would be so important for the community, to not only to honor the women, but to have as an experiential process. So that's part of what we're hoping for. And initially, this is what happened. I literally woke up one morning and went, I attended the vigil in Wilno 2 or 3 days after the murders. So powerful with all the candles lit and everyone who came. And it was like, oh my gosh, I could so see a stone pebble monument, which is more flush to the ground. It's not something that goes up high. I could see it there, at least at any rate in that part of Renfrew County. So I've since learned more recently that of course is a Kashub cultural park. So what we're here to do today is to talk about that process and how perhaps we could find a location and support from the Madawaska Valley Township. So with that said, I'll turn it over to Andy, the artist of the project, who works with Anna very closely and the team in Killaloe.
Thanks, Joanne. Glad to be here with you today. And I can just speak a little bit as a partner for this project. The lead artist will be Anna Camilleri, who wasn't able to make it here today. But we've worked together since 2016 on the Countdown Pebble Mosaic projects, initiated and begun with the Women's Sexual Assault Center and Joanne. And the process that we do is community engaged, which means we bring artists together with community members and we create something together. So we like to use materials and a process that's something that everybody can kind of enter into, whatever their skill level or experience. And in this case, we're working with stones. And like Joanne's saying, it's something that people can work with without having to speak, but also really connects them to the earth, that really connects them to, kind of deeper things, and is a process that allows a lot to happen without, having to without having to even directly address a lot of issues. A lot of things come up and get worked through. So a lot of people spoke about it as a very healing process. And I think that's our hope for being able to have this and be a partner in our community, is giving a way for people to heal from, this terrible, terrible tragedy. Yeah. So, and then I can speak specifically to any kind of technical questions you have for what we'll be talking about with the mosaic itself. And the mosaic itself, I think, will be, done in collaboration once we have the site, and then once we have done more of the research part of engaging with community members for what this is going to be, then we'll know specifically what size we're looking at. But it is a installed flush to the ground, and there's generally a concrete slab underneath it. So we ask a municipal partner to provide a site, and then provide excavation and do safe dig to make sure that it's safe to dig there. And provide a concrete slab so that we can come in and install the stonework on top.
Okay, Joanna, were you going to carry on
I
from
was
there then?
I was just going to say that our purpose today is to, let you know about this open dream, and to talk about, is there a potential for us to create a partnership with Madawaska Valley, and to find a site and kind of go forward from here.
Okay, great. So I know council did receive some information, including there were some pictures of various stone installations, and it's unfortunate I don't think we're able to show them, but council has seen them, so they do have a sense of what it is you're talking about, and it certainly the ones that you've sent us pictures of would be a really nice spot to go and sort of contemplate the sort of incident that occurred and you know, how we move forward and ensure that we're addressing this, you know, very difficult issue in our communities of violence against women. This is truly a great initiative, and I would hope that we would be able to find the right location for it. And I understand, I was actually at the vigil in Wilno Park, in the Heritage Park in Wilno as well. And, you know, it worked because it was there and it was available and it was in the moment. But I think if we're putting an installation in our community, we want to know it's a good space for the entire community to be able to enjoy it. And at the same time, we're maintaining the very focus of the Wilno Heritage Park, which has been a fantastic park developed by the community for the community. But as you did mention, as you have learned, with a very specific cultural heritage component to it that is the theme behind everything they're doing. So I don't know, Council, did you have any questions for Joanne or Andy? Councillor Poplinski.
Thanks, Marilov. I don't have any questions, but I just want to mention that, first of all, thank you, Joanne and Andy, for being here today. I think this is long overdue. I think that there's a couple of things I'm just going to mention, and I think that the location, I think, is could be determined. I think it is something that we want to have. We do not want to see a repeat of what has happened. And I think it's good news to hear that there is an inquest planned. And I'm going to pay a very close attention to it, because I think that sometimes we have to look at an issue like this in great detail and see if there's a way of preventing any future occurrences. And I think the inquest will certainly do that. As Joanne said, you know, sometimes you have to lift the scabs in order to create a better situation. And I support that totally. So if there's anything that I can do, certainly on council or personally or whatever, I will certainly do that and encourage you to continue with what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Schulist.
Yes, to you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I totally agree. This is a great initiative. You know, to find the perfect location is something that we need to really find out from the community where would be a good place to put it and so on. But definitely, I think this is a great idea. We should never forget what had happened. But you know, also the art factor of this whole thing, you know, kind of brings the community together. So I definitely support anything that your group, you know, is going to, you know, put forward to us. But the location is something that we have to find out, you know, and we have to engage the organizations that that may have the perfect location. But again, we cannot step on their toes. We just have to have more discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Wilmer.
Yeah, no, I agree with everything that's being said. Again, I'd like to emphasize, I think finding the ideal location is really, really important so that the visibility is maximized. And I have seen the one in Killaloe, and it really is a gorgeous addition. So I think it's important that we think about where we'd like to see it and where it will be most meaningful to the community. So, but certainly supported 100%.
Okay. All right. So one of the thoughts I had as I was looking at the material is we get a lot of visitors to Madawaska Valley, and if we place this memorial in, say, one of our parks, for example, it would be nice to have a plaque that explains why it's there, because otherwise it's just a nice piece of art to somebody who doesn't know the reason for the installation. We do have heritage walk plaques throughout the municipality. So we already have a style of stand and plaque that we could build on that. It wouldn't be a component of heritage walk, but it could be a unique feature that we could then also point out on our mapping for the Heritage Walk that this is more of a memorial, but if we could possibly tie this together from the perspective of it would be similar to have a plaque on a stand, and then we could then include that so that our visitors, are also aware and may wish to go and see it and then read more about that. If you could help us with that.
That would be wonderful. We have at the Centennial Park in Eganville installation, there is a plaque that Anna and Andy and the team developed, not the same as your plaque, but I mean, it gives a little bit of an overview of what's going on there. I think it's important because it's a marker and a memory and an honoring of people that then doesn't get lost. And I think the design that you're speaking of would be very tasteful to that whole process as well.
Okay, so if council is good with that, I mean, the municipality would be the ones that would be budgeting for the plaque and the stand to ensure that that installation was done at the same time, so that there is that explanation. Would anyone have any concerns with that? I'm not seeing any concerns. Councillor Bromwich.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick note here. A little bit of history on our Lakeshore Park. At one point in time, we were sort of leaning towards having a meditation garden down at the Lakeshore Park in remembrance of our fallen soldiers, and a poppy garden where people could come and meditate, and we'd have the names of the fallen soldiers, same as they do at the Legion. And we do have a fairly serious amount of land down there, and we have a nice walkway by the lake. And it's used for meditation. I was just thinking about some of the places that we could possibly have this installation that would be central, and people would go there intentionally to do that kind of meditation. So I just thought I'd mention that if I could. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor.
Sorry, I interrupted. Yesterday was the December 6th vigil for National Day on Action and Remembrance of Violence Against Women, honoring the murdered women from Montreal. And we have a monument, a women's monument in Petawawa that is by the Petawawa River. And we gathered there at noon yesterday. We made it in the weather. And then we held one in Renfrew last evening at the Cenotaph in front of Town Hall in Lowe Square. And one of the comments made is that there were the names of the fallen soldiers who had gone to war and were killed, but we were honoring women who have been murdered in a war that they didn't call to be in. And it felt really poignant. People were very moved by that comment. And so just Councillor Bromwich's comment about, the Lakeshore Walkway might well be the spot too as well, right? The monument that's in Petawawa and the main monument in Eganville are both by water, and people have commented that that's a really powerful part for them to go and take some time to reflect and contemplate too. So
yeah, I think there's a couple of possibilities that we could certainly look into. Joanne, is this something you're looking to do? Can you give me a time frame in terms of when the project would be actually being done?
I believe because, of course, the winter is sort of a time for preparation and planning, because you can't do any monument building because of the frost. There are winter cycle. So Andy, I think Anna was thinking the spring, later spring, to get moving on it, because the inquest will take place in June. It might be timely to kind of be working on it, because it is a community process whereby people can come and help build if they want to as well. So sort of springish 2022.
Okay, no, that's great. That gives us a sense of what budget year this would fall under. Right. Because we would need to budget for the concrete slab for the base of this. We have staff that can do excavation, but that would be.
I know for us too, that's what we're looking at. as well. Our fiscal year at the Women's Sexual Assault Center ends at the end of March. So we're hoping to be able to capture a little bit of funds from this fiscal year, but then our new fiscal year starts in April. So like for the actual, artist fees and materials and that kind of thing. So.
Right. Okay. So Sue, would it be okay if we were to leave this in staff's hands at the moment to perhaps meet with Joanne, Andy, and with Anna to see if to start that discussion about a location and to explore some of the possibilities?
Yes,
Sue?
through the chair. So I spoke briefly to Joanne yesterday and this morning to our Recreation Community Development Coordinator and the Operations Manager. And we as staff suggested the next step could be a site visit of our parks with Andy and Joanne and come back with a proposed location and a final draft of the size and the proposed mosaic for council approval prior to proceeding to budget so that we have a better idea. And in the interim, if council has some proposed sites they would like considered, if you could forward those to Hannah, we will ensure that we include that in our site visit.
Okay, that sounds great. That gets us going. It also gives us some sense of what we should be budgeting, and our staff does know, does have information on the cost of the plaques in the stand that I spoke of. So we will be able to then incorporate that into our 2022 budget. Any further discussion from council? Any other questions or comments? So I think we're pretty much on board with this. This is a great project, as I said, a lovely initiative. I'm really glad that you've come forward and proposed this. It's probably exactly what the community needs, as you said, as we're entering into this difficult period of looking back at what did happen and questioning whether we've done enough to ensure it never happens again. It is going to be an emotional experience for a lot of our community because that was a very difficult day. There's no doubt about it. So thank you so much for being here, and we'll let our staff, Sue will connect back with you and start to make arrangements to do those site visits and have that discussion.
Thank you.
You're more than welcome.
Personally, I'm very touched because I think that when we come together as a community because we care, that's what makes a difference, and that's what interrupts violence against women. So thank you so much. Thank you.
You're very welcome. You have a great day.
Okay, so I guess we vamos.
You don't have to stay for the rest of the meeting. We always say that to our delegations.
Okay.
We'll be here a while.
Okay, thanks so much. And Sue, we'll be in touch. Thanks, Andy.
Hasta la vista.
Bye.
Hi.
Bye-bye.
Okay. All right. I think Sergeant DeSeverio is here. We're a couple minutes early. Sergeant DeSeverio, did you want to just proceed?
How's that working,
There.
Your Worship?
There, it's working great. All right. So our next delegation is Sergeant Pat DeSeverio. He's the staff sergeant at Killaloe OPP, and he's here regarding public awareness update. In regards to some of the activity, the less than savory activity that's been going on in our community lately, and how we can hopefully, as residents, make sure that we're doing what we can to ensure that we're not becoming victims of crime. So welcome, Sergeant.
Thanks so much for having me, Your Worship, and good morning to everyone. Councillor Dombrowski, is he? Yeah.
Poplinski.
Sorry, Poplinski. It was Gwen that reached out to me. Councillor Poplinski reached out to me with some maybe concerns from council and or community about rash of B&Es that had taken place within Madawaska Valley. We had a great discussion about how the investigations are going there. And I offered at that time to come and speak to council, the next council meeting, and I received this wonderful invite, so here I be. So I did express to the councillor that when I came on, I wasn't going to share anything that would compromise any ongoing investigations or investigative techniques. So I'm going to stick to that. But so I apologize for speaking in nuances. But I'm going to try and keep it to Madawaska Valley. But suffice to say, you may already be aware, we did apprehend, arrest, and charge the persons involved in Welks Electric break and enter, the one from about a year ago, and the one where they recently tried to come into there. And that was in great part by the response of one of our officers of, rather than going right to the scene, we kind of already had an idea who it was that was involved. And I will say that it wasn't who some community members thought it was. And I think that's where rumor and innuendo kind of start to fly, and they say, how come the cops haven't caught that person? And then we know it's so-and-so. And it's one thing to say that, and that's great information. We want to hear it, but it's a entirely different thing to go into a courtroom and try actually develop the reasonable probable grounds to lay a charge and then try and go get a conviction in court. You need more than rumor and innuendo. So my officers were pretty convinced it wasn't who the community thought it was. And we kept our eye on the prize. And when that second latest call came in at the wee hours of the morning, instead of going to the scene, my on-duty officers actually went to a roadway other than the most obvious road to cut off the person from getting back to their home. And that's how he was able to catch them. So it worked out really well. And how fortunate am I and we to be living in a community where our officers are actually from the community, and members of the community talk to them off duty. I still want them to go out there and do the proactive foot patrols, which I know they're doing. But it's that kind of communication intelligence allows us to do the great work that we're doing. And so we're able to get two people charged for that, and that B&E solved. We're looking at those people for other B&Es, and I'll leave it at that, but they're not involved in all of them. And as of this morning, there's more positive promise on the horizon, but I won't get into that. So we'll see how that works out. Is anybody frustrated with my vagueness yet? But what I will bring up as well is, and let me just bring up the you may have heard that on November 24th, and Killaloe detachment responded to break and enter in progress on Highway 60, and that traffic stop was conducted. That was in the news. That was that added to a subsequent investigation by our community street crime unit. We hadn't had a community street crime unit here in a couple of years, just because the person that we did have in that position, before I got here, found it extremely overwhelming for one person. And you'd think, how can that be? Because it takes a great toll on that officer who has to go undercover in a community that they probably already know most of the people. And it's frustrating and difficult to continually get burned, for lack of a better word, working in the community that you police and trying to be the street crime person. So that and some other challenges led that person to leave that position. It was gone for about 2 years, so that we could focus on some other preventative measures within the detachment. But I brought that back in August. So that officer went away for 3 weeks training. She's going to go away for some more training in a couple of weeks, but she's been working since day one. It's a 4-year commitment into that position. So she still works out of that detachment. She's part of the Renfrew County Community Street Crime Unit, but she works out of Killaloe. So she's works with although she's one member out of this detachment, if she needs more people, she just draws on the CSCU members from either Renfrew detachment or from Upper Ottawa Valley detachment, and vice versa. And you may have read in the paper how there was a recent warrant execution in Killaloe where drugs and property were recovered. And that property, those two things go hand in hand. So our street crime people, although they're focused on property crimes, they also deal with the drugs piece because people steal property to go get money, sell the property and buy drugs. And then those things go hand in hand. So while that recovered property doesn't necessarily tie into your Madawaska Valley B&Es just yet, it may, and I'll leave it at that. One of the challenges we are finding though is, and we're communicating with your businesses, but maybe this might be something we can get your Chamber of Commerce, business, BIA type people involved with, is the identifying of their own property that was stolen. So not everybody's recording serial numbers. When we ask them for specs, they might say something along the lines of, well, it's a DeWalt model this, go look it up. Well, yeah, I guess I could do that, but I don't know that that's on me. You should have the serial numbers and the products of what you're selling, because even when we pull over a car and we find stolen vehicle in there, we can't charge them with your B&E if we can't associate that exact piece of property to that exact business. It just doesn't work that way. And even if we can't charge them with that, it's certain if we know where it came from, at least that person becomes a person of interest. And while it never shows up on the clearance rates, it's a piece of intel. And that's why those clearance rates, you really got to watch, because it's not a true indicator of what kind of work is being done within your community in the way of policing and proactive enforcement and catching bad guys and girls. So lots of good stuff. That warrant that was executed in Killaloe, Haggerty Richards, 5 persons arrested. I think somewhere along the lines of roughly, if I'm counting 4, 8, probably 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, probably around 25 criminal charges amongst the 5, all having to do with property and drugs. Bancroft OPP, one of your break and enters, the one in Cumbermere, that's actually Bancroft's area, but we kind of take it on because we do recognize that bad guys and girls don't operate in silos. They don't care what township they work in. So we don't police in silos either. Bancroft hasn't had a street crime unit member in a couple of years either. One of the recent arrests from my street crime unit member recovered a stolen gator in our detachment area, but it was from the Bancroft occurrence. That was tied into other issues in Bancroft. Bancroft just ran a competition, so they are getting a street crime unit member. That person will be up and running shortly. And you'll see my street crime member not only working with the Renfrew County street crime people, but also the Bancroft folks, because we are tied into them. I know Madawaska Valley, the councillor used a rash of B&Es. You've had a couple, but it's nothing like the way Bancroft's being hit. But that's okay, insofar as we're going to work on Bancroft's B&Es because they're going to spill over to our way. eventually, right? So we do have our eye on the prize. We are getting the work done. And I think I'll leave it with that, but I've talked long enough for now. Do you have any questions of me with respect to anything I've shared today?
I think you're sharing what you can, and I understand it's super important to ensure that we're protecting the work that's being done and it's ongoing as we speak. One of the key things I note that you said that we should reinforce with our businesses and with our BIA is the idea of knowing what your property is, knowing the serial numbers, so that, as you said, if it is stolen, there is a way to identify it back to the original crime site. So, that's a good pointer for our businesses to make sure that they know what they have, that they have those serial numbers, and that they're prepared in case there is an issue, so that they can contribute the information you need to be successful. One of the other, I will get there, Councillor Poplinski. I just wanted to also mention that I noticed in our statistics that the ones we just got with our most recent bill, our property crime was actually down, but that is from a couple of years ago. So the public does need to be very conscious of the fact that property crime may be slowly rising in the area. It's an issue. If you have a cottage and you're locking it up for the season, you may want to make sure that you're taking any special valuables home with you. You might want to make sure that you have someone who's going to drop by and take a look and make sure everything's okay. I think there's a lot of things that the public can be doing to assist, to ensure that they're not setting up, they're not getting themselves set up to become a victim of property crime, that they're doing what they can to ensure that their property looks like there's activity, that it's not an easy target. And, I think one of the other things I know that the police, the OPP usually talk about around this time is what you do in terms of leaving Christmas gifts in your car and making sure your car is locked, and items that you want to keep are not in plain sight. So there's a lot that the public can be doing in order to assist the OPP with reducing property crime. And I think that's an important message we need to get back out to our public, to be taking those steps to not become a victim. So, I did want to reinforce some of those messages that we get from the OPP. It's important that people follow that good advice so that they aren't becoming a victim of property crime.
Thank you, Your Worship, for touching on that. I know we just recently did during Crime Prevention Week. We did a couple of media releases. One of them had to do with the Lock It or Lose It program. I know my officers were out there handing out the Lock It or Lose It pamphlets. A pet peeve of mine, I tell my officers to get on it, and is people that leave their vehicles running when they go inside, or leave their vehicles in the car. Leave their keys in the vehicle when they go inside. Their purse or their phones are you can see them in plain sight. I get that we're a small community, but urban sprawl, and one of my early experiences when I just got on, I got posted, when I first got onto the OPP, I asked they ask you what are your top three choices, and I asked for the Gananoque. Being an Ottawa boy, I asked for Gananoque, Westport, that kind of ideal. I loved East Region kind of thing, and of course they sent me to Geraldton, Ontario. And they go, do you accept in Geraldton? I said, of course I do. And then I went to go find the map, go find the Ontario map to find where that was, and had to flip the map over all this white stuff. And frankly, wonderful 4.5 years that I spent up north. But one of my first calls, where actually one of my fellow officers that came on with me in the same class, he got shot at the local gas station in Long Lac on that night. And it was three suspects that were from Toronto, but they had stolen vehicles all along the way. They didn't have money for gas. So they were going through all these small communities because they knew that people leave vehicles in cars and they leave them running. And that's how they were able to leapfrog from Toronto 12 hours north Highway 11 up to Geraldton, Long Lac. And that's how they continued to go across the province until the OPP stopped them in Nipigon, and we stopped a couple in Long Lac too. But that was a big lesson for me. That's probably why it's one of my pet peeves. But thank you for touching on that. Before I came on to your meeting, I did run the Police Services Board report for Madawaska Valley from January to November of 2021, and it compares it to 2020. And I get that in both years, I didn't compare it to previous. This is still both COVID years, I'll call them, right? We haven't had a CPAC meeting in probably a year, so I haven't been able to share these with anybody. So I'll just touch on them real quick here. So you're actually, when we look at violent crime, you're down 66%. So in the way of sexual assaults, you're down from 6 to 2 in 2021. Your assaults stayed the same at 8. You had 2 abductions in 2020. You had none in 2021. Robbery, you had 1 in 2020, none in 2021. Your other crimes against persons, such as like harassment, utter threats, that kind of stuff, you stayed consistent. You had 10 in 2020. You had 10 in 2021. So overall, you're down 25% in the way of violent crime. In the way of property crime, you're up 8.9% in 2021 from 2020. So more people stayed at home in 2020. You had visitors to your seasonal cottages that stayed longer. I think that comes into play there because the people went back to work in 2021 kind of deal. So I think that's part of it. But big deals that what really went up, even that you had 45 total occurrences, and we're talking about arson, break and enter, theft over, theft under, have stolen goods, frauds, and mischiefs. 45 in 2020, 49 in 2021. That's an increase of almost 9%. But of interest is you have 4 more events are all frauds, those 4 more. And that's the telephone fraud thing, right? And you'll see the OPP is very much on that, trying to educate our people that are staying at home. But when they're staying at home, they're answering the phone more often, right? Those romance frauds, you may already be a winner. Just send us $500. Can you send us money? Oh, no, don't send us what. Please do it by way of Google Play cards. I know it's I know it's easy to laugh at, but I think we need more education. The OPP is doing its best, but this falls into the community safety and well-being plan stuff. Is how are our municipalities and communities communicating these do's and don'ts to the community members? Because the OPP can only do so much. Like by the time I can do all the media releases I want, but the time I'm busy going to calls for service, I can't be more proactive than that. And if I was being proactive, I'd much rather be being proactive with traffic enforcement and road safety, which kills people. That's where I want to be. So if my communities, my municipalities can help me help our community members by way of messaging and having, going into long-term care homes and having like a local subject matter expert that isn't the police, because we're not subject matter experts on fraud. We're not. But those kinds of things, that education piece and that prevention piece, that's, those things can be prevented, like those frauds. Those are easy ones to prevent. When we come to the drug crime piece, you had none in 2020. Not to say that you didn't have any drug issues or whatever. This is a reflection of who was actually caught and charged, or where, if the occurrence was generated within your municipality. In 2020, you didn't have any, but in 2021, you had between January and November, 1 occurrence of possession, 2 occurrences of trafficking. So, and that's about it. We're looking at clearance rates again. We talked briefly about clearance rates. It's always not a true indicator of the work that's being done. I know who it is. I know who the persons of interest are. It doesn't mean that at some point along the way, and you won't hear it from me when it's going to happen or if it's happening, that there isn't a project being done and there isn't work being done on it. So even that lack of a solvability to that occurrence doesn't mean we didn't garner lots of good info and intel from it. But your clearance rates for violent crime in 2020 was 52%. It went up to 65% in 2021 for violent crime. And that's typically an easy one because you know who the person is that committed the offense against the other person, right? But it's getting the conviction and getting the cooperative other person. Property crimes, clearance rates went from 27% approximately in 2020 to 14% in 2021. And drug crimes, so your clearance went from, you had none in 2020, but you had 66% clearance rate in 2021. So we know who those people were. So that's what all I have in the way of stats. I think I cut off one of the counselors.
No, I just wanted to have that conversation with you about what the public could do to ensure that they don't become a victim of property crime. But I know Councillor Poplinski did want to make a comment. Councillor Poplinski.
Thanks, Mayor Love. And actually, thank you, Sergeant, for being here this morning. I think we can certainly rest assured that something has been being done with respect to all of the occurrences that I spoke of with you. And there was some concern in the community. I think, I promise I'm not going to go on much into detail about this because I feel really assured that it's in good hands. I think you're doing a great job. But what we really need the public to understand that as well. And I know you are constantly putting stuff up on the net, and I think we need to do that as a municipality. The mayor has mentioned several really good items, which I would have discussed, but she did it very well regarding the public involvement and the need to know what your own possessions are with serial numbers on equipment and making sure that they're safe and locked up and so on. So there's many things that we need to do, but sometimes it takes something like this to get the public a little more aware of what's going on. We also deal with a situation where not everybody's on the internet. So we need to use other means of getting that story out. So I look forward to the ongoing. And by the way, thank you very much for the update with normally we would get at a CPAC meeting, but you're able to provide that information to all. So, and I think we have to go away from this meeting understanding that things are in good hands, and we look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you again.
Yes, and Sergeant, if it was possible in your very busy schedule to come back at least once a year to have this, just to update council, that would be fantastic. Because the other thing is, especially when we are now using YouTube for our meetings, the public can watch this as well. And we're getting a lot more public interest and viewings, and that's super important to help get the message out. And your message is one that our community needs to hear. So, I mean, give some thought to that. I would certainly love to see you come back. You know, if you have the time, if you can find the moment to join us for a meeting, say once a year, and just talk about what's going on in very general terms, so everyone understands where they need to ensure they've got good focus on doing the right things to make sure that they are helping you out in that way where, you know, each of us is doing the thing we need to do to prevent crime.
Your worship, what it's worth, I see value in meeting with yourself and council. If you want to do this quarterly, count me in. And it doesn't have to be quarterly. I leave that entirely up to you. You send me the invite. If I'm able to, I'll be there 100%. And if something pops up along the way, you want to bring me in prior to quarterly, don't hesitate, reach out. More than happy to come and speak to you.
That would be fantastic. Thank you so much. We really do appreciate you coming and speaking to us today about specifically about the property crime issue, because we do want to make sure that the public is protecting themselves, and that's helping you to ensure that hopefully you have a little less work.
I just wish we had the time to be more proactive. I wish in a perfect world, would you like to go into the schools? Yes, I would, but there's no time. To understand even an investigation from 5 and 10 years ago, it's not the same as what's required for the best case to present in a courtroom now. Even a domestic, a domestic with no criminal charges. And don't get me wrong, it is the right way, absolutely. But all of the paperwork and all the recording of statements and putting that on to our records management system, that all takes longer now. We don't miss those steps because how else do you develop an understanding of pattern of behavior, occurrences, where are the trouble spots, trends? We do a much better job of that. It takes us longer per call, but in the end, it's a better thing. But something's got to give, and it's that proactive piece. That's why, and I'll touch on it again, the community safety well-being plans and the community's ability to look at itself, look at what its needs are to increase its own safety and well-being. Those are the things that you don't need a police officer for necessarily. You have community members and other agencies and entities that can address that. That gives my officers more time to do the reactive work, get that done, and get into the proactive mode and get out there. I'm a big believer in the community foot patrols. I'm a big believer in being out on the highways, the waterways, and the trails. We need to be doing the rides. We need to be showing up where people don't expect us, unfortunately, because we still have impaired drivers. That's not going away anytime soon. The way it was taught to me back when I was a young officer was you can do all the rides you want. Those are valuable. You can do all the media releases and preventative measures you want, absolutely required. But you're going to always have impaired drivers because it's people's ability to make sound decisions that's impaired. Whether it's, I'm okay to drive, or I won't get caught this time, or I'll just do it this once, or whatever. It's only 5 minutes down the road, whatever it is that convinces them that it's a good idea when it's not. Those are the people that unfortunately we need to address, and I'd like to do that proactively. The festive rides, that's already up and running. We're hitting those as well, but I want to get out on the ATV trails, and I want to get out. Obviously, not the waterways now, but certainly when the season allows for it, that's where I want our officers to be. Right.
Right, absolutely. And when I chuckled, and you saw some chuckling from council when you mentioned Google Play cards, it's because council has been hit up a couple of times by that particular scam. So yeah, we're very aware of that one now.
Your worship.
So, it is out there, and it can trick someone the first time they see it. They don't realize it's not the person that they think is emailing them.
Oh, so. The big one is grandparents being convinced it's their grandkids calling.
Yes.
And asking for money.
Mm-hmm.
CRA type stuff. Not good.
Yes, exactly. Sue, did I see your hand up?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to state that as an action item, what I'll do is suggest that Hannah advise the BIA of the suggestions because they do meet quarterly, and Hannah will be part of that. Your suggestions for the serial numbers and protecting their product. And as well, suggest that our deputy clerk include some of that reference messaging as it pertains to lock it or lose it. And we can put that on our township tidbits and our website. And to Councillor Poplinski's comment about, print is essential as well. We can possibly include that in our municipal corner.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you. Yes, if there is any messaging, Sergeant, that you would like the municipality to assist with, please, provide us with it. I can't guarantee there'll be space for it all the time, but we do try to get that, we have this community corner in the newspaper, and we do try to get those kinds of messages out to the community as well. So that would be helpful. If there's anything that you have, we may also be able to put it on our social media or link to, I don't know if the OPP has social media, sorry. I've seen it on Twitter, but I don't do the other social media. So, but perhaps there's some way to link to it also to give it a boost, because we want the good messaging to get out to our community. Is there any other questions from council or any other comments? Okay, I'm not seeing any. I'm going to say thank you for coming. I really appreciate it. Look forward to having you back and learning more about where we're at in our community. So thank you so much. I hope you have a great day. And I guess I should wish you a Merry Christmas. I probably won't see you before then.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and thanks to everyone for having me. Again, anytime. Don't hesitate to reach out, and Merry Christmas to you as well. And hopefully this virtual thing doesn't continue on for what seemingly forever, and we can meet actually face to face in person.
Yes. All right.
Thank
Well,
you.
you
Thank
take
you,
care. Go
Pat,
ahead.
and stay safe.
Thank you. Take care all.
Okay. Thank you. All right. I think I saw Mr. Howarth. Did I see him? There he is. There he is. Okay. So our third delegation is here. It's Bruce Howarth from the County of Renfrew, and he's here regarding our cannabis bylaw. Good morning, Bruce.
Good morning, Mayor Love and Council. Thanks for having us today. And actually, it's going to be Lindsay Bennett who is going to be doing the presentation today. So we do have a quick presentation. I'm not sure if Lindsay, if you're able to share your screen or if that happens, but Lindsay will take us through a presentation on it. Thank you.
Okay, I think Gwen, I'll ask if you could let Lindsay share her screen. Might take a few seconds here. Technology out in the boonies is a little slower than in Pembroke. Oh, there we go.
All right, you can see it there, we're good?
Yes, we can see it, Lindsay, thank you.
Okay. All right, so this presentation is on the final report that we received from WSP on the cannabis operations study. So several municipalities in the county passed interim control bylaws to temporarily prohibit cannabis-related land uses. WSP was engaged by the County of Renfrew to complete this study to review the land use planning policies to determine whether provisions within the county and local municipalities should be amended to address the land use compatibility issues as they relate to cannabis. So the report indicates that the current official plan contains sufficient policies for general regulation of cannabis-related uses, specifically as it relates to cannabis production and cultivation. The current policies of the official plan permits the use in rural, agricultural, urban community or village community designations and encourages a 150-meter setback from sensitive uses. It also states that cannabis production facilities are subject to site plan control, and the official plan does not differentiate between cannabis production and cultivation in an agricultural context from an industrial context. So zoning bylaws are commonly used, as you all know, to regulate land uses and to mitigate or eliminate land use conflicts. Zoning bylaws are controlled and implemented at the local level, resulting in a variety of different provisions that may apply to cannabis operations throughout the county. Most of the bylaws that we have predate the legalization of cannabis and do not contemplate cannabis-related activities. The report indicates that personal growth of cannabis should not be regulated by the zoning bylaw, as it is beyond the scope of the zoning and given that it's permitted under federal legislation. In addition, it also recommends that retail cannabis will be permitted through existing retail store provisions within the bylaw. So the report provided examples of what other municipalities did and how they address cultivation and production of cannabis. And the county and consultants held sessions with the local municipalities in the fall and heard that municipalities generally prefer generalized provincial official plan policies so that municipalities can implement the various options that suit their individual needs, and that there is a lack of clarity in the existing bylaws, which causes issues with interpretation and results in cannabis production and cultivation facilities being permitted where land use conflicts exist. A consistent approach policy would assist the implementation and with growers who would like to operate within the county. For municipalities without provisions for cannabis production and cultivation, interpretations of the zoning bylaw can lead to inconsistent implementation and unintended consequences resulting in real or perceived adverse impacts. So the report recommends permitting cannabis productions and cultivations as an agricultural use. In general terms, cannabis is an agricultural crop and is therefore interpreted as an agricultural use by the provincial policy statement. Permissive reading of the PPS would permit cannabis cultivation in agricultural areas and rural areas where farming is a permitted use. Prohibiting cannabis production and cultivation in agricultural areas could be interpreted as being inconsistent with the provincial policy statement. However, the municipality reserves the right to implement performance standards to regulate how the use can occur. The report recommends that municipalities permit cannabis production and cultivation as a right as an agricultural use. If the municipalities chose not to implement it as a right, it can be considered on a case-by-case basis through a zoning bylaw amendment. It is recommended that a limited amount of processing and related activities be permitted in the context of an agricultural related use in conjunction with any cannabis cultivation use. Large-scale operations involving the processing of cannabis products from all offsite resources should not be permitted as a right and should require a zoning bylaw amendment to evaluate the use. It is also recommended that indoor cultivation and production only be permitted in purpose-built facilities and prohibited in retrofitted facilities. So the report also recommends that cannabis production and cultivation be permitted in industrial zones. The report states that cannabis production and cultivation facilities may contain several activities in a single location, and these types of activities are well suited for industrial zones where similar types of activities also occur. Typically, industrial zones are already established in a location away from sensitive land uses within the municipality and would also have existing performance standards intended to mitigate industrial land use impacts. However, the cultivation of cannabis is a use not generally considered to be as an employment use, and it is recommended that cultivation in the industrial zones be considered on a case-by-case basis through a zoning bylaw amendment application, depending on the scope and the scale of the proposed facility, whereas industrial activities associated with production can be permitted as a right. So the report had different performance standard recommendations. So for cannabis production and cultivation, the minimum setbacks we use as a standard zoning tool that are established in all the bylaws with the intent of mitigating land use impacts and conflicts. So for cannabis production and cultivation, setbacks may potentially address odor, lighting, and noise impacts. Setbacks can also be desirable to address concerns related to the visual impacts related to security features or building design. A greater minimum setback is recommended for cannabis cultivation and production facility as an agricultural use. Cannabis production and cultivation facilities may have characteristics that are not contemplated as an agricultural use. To preserve the agricultural landscape and characteristics, it is recommended that municipalities implement a greater setback from the lot line to mitigate those impacts. Additional provisions may be applied to ensure that the setback yards are adequately landscaped to serve as a buffer. If there is security fencing and air filtration systems are defined, setbacks can also be introduced to those features as well. So the minimum setbacks for industrial zones. Industrial zones, as we know, are typically already established in a location away from sensitive land uses within a municipality and would also already have existing performance standards intended to mitigate industrial land use impacts. Depending on the existing setbacks in the zoning bylaw, a municipality could choose not to implement additional setbacks for the cannabis production, given that a cannabis production facility would not be out of character for those areas. Where cultivation is proposed within the production facility, it can be considered on a case-by-case basis. If a municipality chose to implement additional setbacks on cannabis production, cultivation facilities in industrial zones, a standard similar to the setback for agricultural uses can be implemented. So for a minimum lot area, so this is a standard zoning tool that is already established in zoning bylaws with the intent of ensuring that the size of the lot can accommodate the permitted use of the zone. So in the case of cannabis production and cultivation, a larger lot area can ensure the greater ability to accommodate larger setbacks, as well as accommodating site plan requirements and maintaining a rural and agricultural character. However, with larger lot sizes, it may limit the feasibility of smaller facilities. Based on the case study review completed by the consultant, other municipalities have incorporated a minimum lot area ranging from 8 to 10 hectares. Minimum separation distances. Many of the case study municipalities have minimum separation distance, MSD, provisions for cannabis production and cultivation facilities. MSDs are a conventional tool that is used to reduce potential compatibility conflicts by standardizing the separation of noxious uses from sensitive land uses. So in the case of cannabis production facilities, the distance can reduce the potential impacts of noise, odors, and light on the sensitive land uses. The province's draft land use compatibility guideline considers indoor cannabis production and cultivation facilities that are located in a settlement area on lands that are zoned for industrial uses to have an area of influence of 2,000 meters and recommends a minimum separation distance of 500 meters. However, this minimum separation distance can vary based on the size and the scale of the facility, mitigating features such as air filtration systems and compatibility studies that are produced on a case-by-case basis. So a minimum separation distance of less than 500 meters can be considered where there are appropriate mitigation features or through a zoning bylaw amendment. Through the best practice review, several municipalities have implemented different MSDs based on the scale of the facility. So a sample is shown on the slide here where the setback is determined based on the total floor area and if there is an air treatment control facility. So for example, a cannabis production facility with a gross floor area of less than 7,000 square meters that has an air treatment control system, the minimum separation distance to any residential, commercial, institutional, or open space zone or use shall be 150 meters. So cannabis production and cultivation can also include a diverse range of activities, many of which may have not been contemplated in rural and agricultural areas. Some level of processing is typically permitted as an agricultural related use, which is described in the PPS as follows. Farm-related commercial and/or farm-related industrial use, so shall be compatible with and shall not hinder the surrounding agricultural operations, directly related to the farm operations of the area, supports agriculture, provides direct products and/or services to the farm operations as a primary activity, and benefits from being in close proximity to the farm operations. One of the examples in the guidelines on permitted uses in Ontario's prime agricultural areas include the processing of produce grown in the area. Given the above criteria that we just described, accessory processing is contemplated and permitted by the PPS, provided that it meets the mentioned criteria. So in addition to those performance standards I just mentioned, there are other zoning considerations that a municipality may choose to implement if the existing zoning bylaw does not already have these provisions in place. They include outdoor storage, loading spaces, and parking. So for outdoor storage, federal regulations prohibit any outdoor storage for cannabis products. However, municipalities may choose to also prohibit outdoor storage for the packing materials and production supplies associated with cannabis production and cultivation facilities, especially when it is proposed on an agricultural use. For loading spaces, municipalities may implement performance standards for loading spaces for the loading of packaging materials and production supplies, associated with cannabis production and cultivation. To preserve the character of the agricultural area, performance standards could be implemented to mitigate any impacts caused by the loading and shipping. So for parking areas, municipalities may apply the existing parking standards. For example, parking requirements for cannabis cultivation may be applied based on the existing parking provisions for a farm or greenhouse uses, while parking spaces for production uses can be considered under existing provisions for industrial uses. Municipalities may also implement provisions for cannabis production and cultivation facilities. Site plan control. So site plan control is a tool that can be used to mitigate and or eliminate land use compatibility conflicts and is included in the county's official plan as a tool that should be used to address cannabis production facilities. Section 41 of the Planning Act gives planning authorities the ability to control various aspects of how property is developed and to regulate various features on a site. So there's different site plan considerations that are listed on the slide here, which include odor, light, agricultural impact, traffic. It is also common for site plan control bylaws to exclude rural and agricultural development from requiring site plan control as a method of encouraging and supporting agricultural uses. So where this occurs, it is recommended that the local site plan control bylaws be amended to exclude cannabis cultivation and production facilities from any exceptions for site plan control approval and to include it as a form of development regulated by the site plan control bylaw. In addition, required submissions to support the application can also be included in the bylaw. The nuisance bylaw, section 129 of the Municipal Act gives municipalities the authority to prohibit and regulate public nuisances, including odors, noise, and illumination that can be seen from outdoors. Under this authority, local municipalities in the county can pass nuisance bylaws that regulate odors, noise, lighting, and undesirable property standards caused by cannabis production and cultivation facilities and cannabis growing for personal, medical, and commercial uses. It can also give bylaw enforcement officials the ability to enter and inspect facilities and residences for compliance and the issuance of fines and penalties. Nuisance bylaws can be implemented in different ways depending on the context and the wishes of the local municipality. Some municipalities may have existing bylaws that deal with specific nuisances, such as property standards bylaw, noise bylaw, or odor bylaw, where these existing bylaws that deal with nuisances that are similar to those that may be caused by cannabis-related activities, the bylaws can be amended to speak directly to cannabis-related concerns. The local municipality may also choose to implement a nuisance bylaw specifically addressing cannabis-related activities. It should be noted that enforcing a nuisance bylaw of any form will require resources, commitment from the municipality, including staff resources that will be required to receive, investigate, and monitor complaints. And a sample text has been provided in the report for a general nuisance bylaw that addresses cannabis-related activities. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lindsay. It's a lot to get through, I know. I'm wondering if we could stop sharing screen so I could see everyone. Okay, that's great. That's helpful. Bruce, did you have anything to add to Lindsay's very thorough go through there?
I think she did a great job. And so we are here and able to answer any questions that council has at this time.
Okay, great. Thank you. So council, you've seen it. Any questions? Councillor Pawlinski. Oh, sorry, you're muted.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, thanks, Mayor Love. My question either is to Bruce or to Lindsay, who did a good job of the report. I think it's very detailed, and I think it is something we need to look at. I just have a couple of concerns, and of course, when we're looking at, you finished up, Lindsay, by mentioning that it's going to take certainly a lot of required resources and commitment from the municipality and to receive, investigate, and monitor complaints, additional equipment, and we're talking about olfactory meters to measure odors, equipment to measure light, And obviously these are specially trained staff. We have a budget coming up. It's not too soon to start looking at what is this going to cost us. It's one thing to come up with a bylaw, but this is a major concern. And perhaps you could clear some, some concerns that I've got about the contamination and illegal use of drugs and some of these chemicals in these grow ops. This issue was raised at the last Roma conference in our meeting with the authorities at that time, where they had discovered that the perpetrators had left the site totally contaminated. And who cleans up? Will it be our responsibility? Is there a fund with the higher levels of government that we can access? Perhaps you could shed some light onto that. Thank you.
Okay, who wants to tackle that? Lindsay.
I'll let Bruce handle this.
Okay.
Sure. So there were a whole bunch of questions packed in there. So through you two, I'll try to do my best to get to all of them. So with respect to, I'll say the first one, or sorry, the very last question about contamination, who cleans up and that type of issue. So the examples that you used, I believe, were all related to illegal cannabis operations. So this bylaw obviously does not apply to illegal cannabis producers. These are the ones that are licensed. They're operating with a license that has been issued by Health Canada. So if there is an illegal operation that occurs within your township, it is still the responsibility of the OPP to enforce the laws and to essentially shut down that use. So if there's an illegal one that the township is aware of, the appropriate action is to contact the OPP. If there's contamination from that, it is under the Environmental Protection Act, and that would be up to they keep on changing the names of them, but the Ministry of Environment essentially to have that site cleaned up in accordance with the Environmental Protection Act. So it's not the municipality's responsibility, that would be at the ministry level. With regards to the cost to the municipality for enforcement and some of these various equipment that you're talking about, so each of these sites, again, these are the legal ones that are licensed by Health Canada. So there are minimum standards that they are required to meet for Health Canada. So for noise and odor and all these other issues. The only municipality that I'm aware of that has decided to take it upon themselves, in addition to the Health Canada requirements, and I think it's called Pelham, and I think it's in the report as well. They talk about having a nuisance bylaw that they've passed for odor. So most municipalities are not going into that level of detail and enforcement, but I think the municipality of Pelham is the only one that has taken that additional step to pass a nuisance bylaw and to control odor. And they actually had to go and buy a device to measure odor to determine whether or not there's an impact or not. So it was included in the report as an option. So council does have an option to consider passing a nuisance bylaw, but it's not necessarily one that we would recommend. If you don't have the staffing resources or the equipment to enforce the bylaw, then obviously I wouldn't recommend passing that bylaw. And you do have the Health Canada regulations to fall back on for your residents for those issues. I think I got all of them, but if I missed anything, I'd be happy.
Good job.
Questions.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Bruce or Lindsay from council? Okay, maybe Bruce, if you don't mind, I'm going to take a little bit of a deeper dive into the document that you sent and just clarify some points for myself. I know we went through this at County Council, but in the definition of a licensed cannabis cultivation and production facility, it mentions as the primary use of land 50% or greater. How do we deal with ones that are less than 50% of the land that the facility is located on? Is that something that must be in there, or does a municipality have an option to look at a lesser percentage of the land being used?
So yeah, the municipality has the option. I believe that was in the agricultural areas as well. It was specifically looking at. So definitely the municipality has the option to review any of these percentages and have a formula that works for you. So yeah, the township does have that flexibility when looking at those specific provisions.
Okay, but the site would, if it's a legal licensed site, it would have to be, what was it? 8 hectares or something? I think it was 8 hectares.
I don't have that number right off the top of my head, Lindsay. I'm not sure.
There was a size, a minimum size, and I can't remember what it is either, but it would have to be that size, right?
Correct. Yes, it still has to meet the, you can't go, yeah, you have to essentially follow the basic recommendations from Health Canada for the licenses.
Okay. All right. So, and just so council understands, when we talk about agricultural, that would include land that's zoned agricultural, but it would also include land that's zoned rural, right? I think we had that discussion at County Council. Just so we're aware, we don't have a lot of agricultural land in Madawaska Valley. We do have a lot of land that's zoned rural. So, you know, it's saying agricultural just may make council think, oh, well, we don't have a lot of that, but understand it also includes rural because it can have an agricultural use.
Right. So yeah, just for that clarification, so OMAFRA has weighed in saying that the growing of cannabis is just like any other crop. So anybody who wants to grow cannabis as an agricultural use, so whether you're allowed to, so your rural designation also permits a farm. So wherever a farm is a permitted use, you're allowed to grow crops. And cannabis has been identified by OMAFRA as a crop. So anybody who has zoned for a farm technically could have be growing cannabis on their farm, but they also, in to just be allowed to grow it, they still do have to meet Health Canada requirements and have that license. So it's not just a automatic, you're rural or you're allowed to have a farm, you can grow cannabis. You still have to go through the process of getting your license from Health Canada and a site plan. We were suggesting a site plan process also with the municipality and meeting any zoning provisions that the township implements. So it's not just as of right, yes, you can go and do it. There are steps that you would have to take to have a licensed legal cannabis producer.
Okay, thank you. I think that's helpful to understand, because otherwise there is that thought that it doesn't really impact Madawaska Valley. While we're waiting for amendments to the county official plan, if there are going to be some related to this, I know that's not going to happen right away. Do we need to pass do we need a local site plan control bylaw? Do we pass something like that in order to cover these issues with cannabis? Or how does that work? I'm not certain.
Just looking, Lindsay, do you want to take this one? Or do you want me to keep going?
It doesn't matter. If you want to keep going, you can. Or
sure. So at this time, yeah, you don't have to wait for any future amendments to the county official plan. I don't think there's any forthcoming anytime soon. We didn't receive direction from county council to proceed with any amendments to the official plan. So at this time, yeah, it is at the local township's discretion of when to proceed. So you, without doing any updates to your zoning bylaw, so you can provide direction to your staff to undertake that zoning bylaw update process to implement any recommendations for putting in those separation distances or minimum setbacks for cannabis producers, and also providing any direction to staff to update your site plan bylaw. You do have a site plan control bylaw already in place with the township, for the township, but I believe it could use some wording that was suggested in the report, just identifying that any cannabis producer, even in an agricultural area, is subject to site plan control.
So Bruce, is that something we could do fairly quickly?
Absolutely,
that update? Yes. Okay, so that would be a step we could implement while we're waiting on our comprehensive zoning bylaw update, which may not occur instantly because I know you have a lot of them on your plate. I do hope ours is close by, like right after Bonnechere Valley or soon thereafter, because we're desperately in need of an update of ours. It's pretty decrepit at this point. So many new things to address. Okay, so in the nuisance bylaw component, is that what we would use to address those growing cannabis with medical licenses? Or I remember mentioning the concept of a community garden where people are coming together in one location to grow each of their 4 plants, and it produces a fairly large area that's growing cannabis. Would both of those be under nuisance then?
That's where, yeah, you would get into, becomes a challenge. So yes, you could do it under your nuisance bylaw if you had one, but again, it comes with as it was mentioned previously, challenges for enforcement and whether or not you have the ability to actually enforce it. So you'd have to purchase the equipment to actually be able to have a measurable, reading of saying, yes, you've aligned saying this is the acceptable amount of odor, and then this is the unacceptable amount of odor, and how you differentiate that is a challenge. And I think that's part of what one of the reports mentioned was people who are allowed to just grow for their personal use, which is permitted, it's legal. There's not very much the municipality can do to stop or prohibit that process. There's also the medical licenses, which you mentioned. So just the average citizen, I believe you were permitted to grow up to 4 plants for if you're just as a regular citizen for your household. There are certain individuals, there's actually lots of them, who have medical licenses, which allows them to grow in excess of 4. And it actually goes by a prescription, but a lot of times those prescriptions are maybe overprescribed, for a lack of better terminology. And so some individuals with a medical license are allowed to grow up to 1,000 plants on their own. And they do not have to go through the Health Canada process or a license. They are just allowed to do that as of right with their medical license. Obviously, so if you have 1,000 plants, or sorry, it's not 1,000, it's up to 300 plants, but you can combine multiple licenses together. That's how it works. So it can add up to be like 1,000 plants on a property, which is obviously can have an impact. But there's again, limited amount of tools that the municipality has to combat that, because it is a legal use, and if somebody does have a medical license to produce that. And so if the municipality were to try to stop that from occurring, there may be human rights complaints, for example, for prohibiting somebody to have access to their medication. So there does come with challenges, and it's still that component of it is still a work in progress, I would say, of how the municipality, the tools available to the municipality to address those issues. And in our experience, and actually other municipalities' experiences, it's very rarely the legal producer who's creating any issues in the community. Normally, the people who are doing it legally are have been very good neighbors and good corporate ratepayers of the municipalities, and very few issues actually come from these legally operating cannabis producers. It is typically the ones that have generated complaints are the ones with a large amount of medical licenses available to them, or the just straight illegal ones are having the land use impacts.
Okay, thank you. Yes, because I mean, if a problem starts to occur, you do obviously need to have some means of addressing the concerns of the neighbors who are being impacted by, especially odor seems to be one of the key things that's an impact for neighbors. So my final question was, just checking here. We have in place an interim control bylaw that I believe expires at the end of the year. Is there any way to extend that? And if there is, what would that process involve, or is there any problems with that process?
So you can extend it for one more year. So you can do a 1-year extension to that. It is a fairly quick process. I believe just a bylaw just indicating that you would like to extend it for a year. We can help your staff prepare that extension if you would like. But this report that was prepared was really intended to be that caveat to, or not caveat, but always with the interim control bylaw, you're saying we're putting a pause on this type of development until we have a chance to do a land use study and implement new zoning provisions to address it. And that's what this study was intended to do. So this study, you now have this cannabis study available to the municipality, and it recommends you implement certain zoning provisions. And so we can also assist with preparing that bylaw and bring it forth to council for your consideration to amend your zoning bylaw and update it in accordance with those recommendations contained in the report that Lindsay presented today.
Okay, I think I was thinking of it may take us a while to get that comprehensive zoning bylaw updated, and hoping that it could all be folded into that update. But we could do an update just of this. Is that what you're suggesting?
Absolutely. That's what I'm suggesting. Yes, that council provide direction that we can't get my words out. Prepare a zoning amendment at this time and move forward at this time to update, just look at cannabis on its own.
Okay, great. Thank you. That helps us understand what our next step is, as I say, because we are coming to the end of our interim control bylaw timeline. And I think we would like to have something in place. Certainly, thank you to the County of Renfrew for conducting the study. I mean, it makes sense that the county would do this because all 17 lower tier municipalities will find themselves needing this information at some point in time and needing to look at it. I know we do appreciate that. Is there any further questions for Mr. Howarth or Ms. Bennett? Anyone? Councillor Schulist.
Yes, Sue, Madam Mayor, just one question. The complex, the picture of the facility, is that in Renfrew County?
I don't believe it is. I think it's down in the Niagara region. So to my knowledge, there
Oh,
are
okay.
there's only one licensed cannabis producer up and running at this point, and that's in Whitewater region. And there's a second one being proposed up in Foymount.
Okay.
But there are no other ones to my knowledge. So I think that one is down in the Niagara region where that photo was taking place.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, yes, so this is very timely because we need to be on this. So Sue, can I have staff work with Bruce and Lindsay to get our next steps prepared so that council's ready when we come to the end of our interim control bylaw? Sue.
Yes, absolutely. Just to, so the bylaw was 2020-96. It expired December 1st. It was passed December 1st, 2020. And we can do the extension for sure. We do have, we will move forward, I think, with Bruce as he recommended.
Okay, great. Council, we have no concerns with that. We're proceeding. Okay. All right. So that's fantastic. Thank you so much for coming, both of you today, and explaining this to the public and to council. I really appreciate all the work that went into it. And I know you'll be doing these presentations at other municipalities as well. So we do appreciate that the county does take the lead on a project like this when we all benefit from it in the end and from the information you found. So thank you, Bruce. Thank you, Lindsay. And we hope you have a great rest of the day.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah.
Okay, Sue.
I just wanted to add just a point of clarification when Councillor Poplinski was asking a question, and I wanted to remind council about some of the costs as it pertains to enforcement. And there was a question about what if we needed to buy special equipment. So at the time of opting in to allow retail of cannabis in our municipality, the municipality, if you recall, qualified for a yearly allotment of funds, and it was the OCLIF, Ontario Cannabis Legalization Implementation Fund. So we do have that as per council resolution set in a separate fund to offset those enforcement costs.
Okay, thank you, Sue. And I do believe the County of Renfrew did pay for this study through the same funding
That is correct.
process, which is, it's great that there is that to get our zoning bylaws updated and to make sure that we're ready for any businesses that do come to our communities and want to invest in a cannabis production and cultivation facility. So thank you both again. And I'm wondering, council, did we want to take a short break, or do we want to go until noon? And then will we go until noon and then take a lunch? We can do that.
Sure.
Okay, well, we'll hang in there. We're about to enter our council and committee portion of the agenda. All recommendations from the standing committees are recommendations to council and are pending the approval of council at a subsequent meeting. So with that, we'll move into operations, roads and waste management, and I'll turn it over to Chair Bromwich.
Thank you, Chair. We have 3 recommendations here on our roads and waste management. Item 6.1.1, 0.2, and 0.3. So I'll turn this over to Hillary. These are all from Hillary's report here. And the first one, the private roads grant 2022, which happens every year. Maybe you could just give us a brief update on this, Hillary. Thank you.
Good morning, all. To you, Chair. So it's basically static from last year's not too many more additions. A couple: Carp Lane, Finch Road, McMaster Lake Lane, forgot the I on Taransky Trail. So it's really Taransky, not Taransk. So they did not apply for 2022 on the recommendation. A very good program to budget 22,000 for 2022 at budget deliberations. Any questions?
It works very well. Hey, Hillary, I don't think we have to question that it's not a necessary policy here. Anybody at council like to comment on this? We can move it along. At the end of this, I'd like to get Sue to read the recommendations, all three of them, after we discuss it, okay? To you, Sue.
Through the chair, if I may ask that we do them as just for the ease of the minutes, if I can read the resolution after each report, that would be appreciated.
Yeah, would you mind doing that? I think we're, to you, Gwen?
I just wanted to note that Councillor Wilmer had declared a conflict of interest for this item. He did leave the meeting. He is in the waiting room.
Thank you. Okay, very good. Any discussion on this before we ask for a recommendation to be read? Maybe you can go ahead, Sue, if you wouldn't mind.
Thank you. Through the chair, that council approved that the private roads grant program should continue in 2022, and that staff is directed to forward these 2022 private roads grant report with attachments for budget deliberations for council consideration to budget 22,000 for 2022.
Also move that. Could I have a seconder, please? Seconded by Kim Love. Any further discussion on that? I see none, and that is approved. Thank you very much. Item 6.1.
Can we vote?
Sorry.
Sorry, Chair, could we vote?
I think I called a vote. I'll try it again. Could we vote on that, please? All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
6.1.2, garbage truck Bark Lake waste site unit. It's done. We need a new answer here, Hillary. Can you enlighten us on this one, please?
Okay, I certainly believe this thing should go in a museum. It's 30 years old. If we could get 30 years out of everything, we'd be in good shape. So we can't get parts. There's two, it won't start anymore. The ring gear has gone out on the flywheel. He did what he could. We limped along, and I remember a while back, we had budget time, and I remember with your vision, council suggested if it goes down, we have money in reserves and we'll just take it on stride. Well, it's here before us. We need one ASAP. We're holding with our other garbage trucks, which we need for servicing of the curbside and transfer station. So this thing did well. Hooray. So we're ready.
It doesn't owe us a cent. To you, Mayor Love.
I'm sure it doesn't owe us a penny, and not many get 30 years out of anything that has wheels on it. Yeah. But I just wondered, Hillary, where we're at with, and I know it's been difficult because of COVID, where are we at with the garbage truck that was supposed to replace unit number 67?
Right now, we had one vendor, they early in the summer, Mike was working with them. They were interested, and then they dropped one line with rear packers, and they were going to design it. It obviously is very specific for the organics program. It has a crane, so I'm working with another vendor right now to see who made the original one, and they're interested, and they have staffing shortages, so it's not going well. But we're still holding with the other one. If worst comes to worst, if we can't materialize with this, we're going to do possibly a rebuild of it or something to that effect. I don't have the answers right now. We're still shopping.
To you, Mayor Love.
Okay, yes. So I know the plan was to take number 67 to Bark Lake, and that's the Peterbilt, right? So we don't have the truck to replace it because, well, COVID's slowing everything down. So what you're suggesting is that we do need to have an immediate solution to your, I've finally given up the ghost after 30 years problem. We will still continue to, you're going to still continue to work on acquiring that new garbage truck that we do need, though. It just may not come for a little while. Is that what
Correct.
you're saying? Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
So Hillary, do you think we're gonna be able to get a replacement pretty quickly here? A used truck that would work?
We had one, we had a hit last week and it didn't pan out until pending this. If it would have, we would have held it but it didn't work out. It was a little bit too rough, even for us, for a
Okay.
stationary one. So there is some hits out there. The problem is too, you have to kind of Google this differently. It could be at records and, but I have searches going on.
Okay, very good. Anybody else want to come in this too, Mayor Love?
Sorry, Chair. So what you're suggesting, Hillary, is that we would authorize up to 40,000, and you'll be looking, and this will give you an opportunity to move quickly if you see something we need.
Correct. That's the plan of attack here.
Thank you.
Any further comments? Could I get you to read the recommendation, Sue? Yes, Sue, to you.
If I may, through the chair, I'd like to ask a question. I failed to ask the operations manager before the meeting. Did you want me to amend the resolution to also include that council deem unit 40 1991 Ford as surplus?
Correct. That thing is not saleable, so I'll contact, once we do move it into we don't have to move it far, about 50 feet into the scrap pile.
Okay.
So that's our plan, or somebody specific might, it has good value as scrap.
Okay.
It doesn't run.
I
Yes,
understand.
deem this surplus, please.
If I may,
understand.
through the chair?
Sure, I'm just gonna say,
Sorry.
I understand scrap metal right now is at an all-time high. And
is.
as fast as we can move this to a scrap metal dealer, the more advantage we have on making money off it. So that's a good point to make, Sue, and to you, Hillary. To you, Sue, anything else there?
No, if you want through the chair, I can
Please.
read the recommendation.
You wouldn't mind? Thank you.
That council authorize staff to begin the search and acquisition of a used garbage truck to replace unit 40 1991 Ford compactor located at Bark Lakeway site. And that these funds with an upset of $40,000 be drawn from environmental service reserves line equipment replacement reserve. And that council deem unit 40 1991 Ford as surplus.
Also move that. Could I have a seconder, please? And to you, Dave Schulis, a seconder, and could I call the vote, please? All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very, very much. Last but not least, we have 6.1.3 Ohio Road update. Action item CR 3874 dated November the 2nd. This is your report on that, Hillary. You could kind of briefly give us the status. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll, from last November 2nd meeting, this action item. So if you could please draw your attention to Ohio Road 48. So it was a simple exchange. Everything was done. The survey was deposited on, our plan was deposited. We were waiting for Bradley Law to conduct the registration. This report was, I believe, on Thursday finished. I sent it to Sue, and we got an update on Friday that the registration took place. So Sue, I noticed it should be on the Ohio Road 178, the last line. This, if you look there, December 2nd, Bradley Law confirmed the required legal process as it pertains to registration of the land transfers and partial district have been registered. That should go up to number 48. That has been registered. So you notice that, no problem. Thank you for putting that in there.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Good.
everybody understand it has been registered. We're done with number 48.
Okay.
Okay. So then we'll go to 178 is the big one. There's a shoreline road allowance in the exchange for snippets along the Ohio Road and some encroachments and stuff like that. So I recreated this file. I started it off on, it actually started in 2020, October meeting. I proceeded on that, and then we jumped to February 2nd. Wally, Mr. Simpson met with us, and he then forwarded his files to Kaspersky. Kaspersky is conducting other surveying for us, so good move. And then it took off April, June. If you forward June, Wally sent the CAD files to Kaspersky, good sign. And August, I was the contact. September, I recreated to Kaspersky again in September on the exact scope as we were going right along with. And in November, I reached out to him again, pending this. Okay, what's the status of this? And he advised me it's December of 2021. He's going to send in a team. So we're in December. I don't think I don't know if has anybody seen anybody there on the high road. So if you do, let me know. He hasn't told me. So we're in the first week of December. So that's my report.
Thank you, Hillary. Anything from council on this? Any discussion, further discussion? We should hear something, I guess, Hillary, in the next week or so, hopefully.
I hope so.
It'd be nice to get this done before the end of the year, right?
And then, of course, the plan, once it's the surveying's completed, there are plans deposited, then it goes through a bunch of bylaws.
So it's still
changes.
And Sue, that's yes to you, Sue.
I was just going to ask, just following the meeting, if Hillary, if you can go into that report and make the change and republish it. And
okay.
possibly Gwen can upload the corrected version to the agenda, so it's correct. That would be great. Thank you.
And I believe we just received this as information, so I believe
that's correct.
That pretty well finishes off my portion of this. There's no correspondence and information. Is there any unfinished business regarding anybody? No. So I'll pass this back to you, Mayor Love. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'm just checking. I don't see Ashley Pilgrim in the meeting. I'm wondering, our next section is normally, oh, wait, I do see he is coming in. Okay, so we might as well proceed then with operations, water, wastewater, and facilities, and I will turn it over to Chair Schulist.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, we got under municipal reports here, 7.11 OCWA Q3 financial report and cost plus. You'll find it on page 71 to 86. And Ashley, do you want to speak on behalf of this here?
I will. Thank you very much for having us today. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so in our delegation today, we have our third quarter performance report, in which I'm going to hand it over to Kaylee, and she's going to go through the compliance portion.
Hello, everyone. In reviewing things with the Madawaska cluster, we're progressing well into Q4. You can see that all results are positive and on target. Moving down into compliance targets specifically, I touch on the ammonia and the phosphorus with objective exceedances. It is important to note that an objective exceedance is not a non-compliance. It's not reportable. It's just an operational target for us as the operating authority. Below that, you can see details of other compliance-based, renewals and stuff that have gone on. We had the permit to take water for Barry's Bay that was renewed this year. I processed that in July and we've received it. We've received that on October 2nd, and that is now renewed until September 29th, 2031. We also had the ministry inspect the Barry's Bay drinking water system, and that was in July as well. We got the report back with the initial, inspection findings in September, and we received the inspection rating report in November. And we did receive 100% on that. So that's always excellent to hear. We also had our external auditing company on site, and that's SAI Global. They performed an external audit on the drinking water quality management system that Aqua has in place as the operating authority. There was a few opportunities for improvement found, but no non-conformances, so we like to hear that as well. Looking into the operational excellence, treated water flows and wastewater effluent treatment flows are all below the 80% threshold, so that's always excellent as well. With the asset protection, work orders are completed through the work order management system Maximo, and operators are on target with that as well. There was a few, I wouldn't say major maintenance events, but I guess you guys always like to hear about that as to what work's been going on to replace equipment and upgrade your facilities. So there was a few pumps that were replaced and repaired in the anoxic tank at the wastewater plant, and a submersible pump, the jet motive submersible pump to be specific. There was also groundskeeping done at the water tower, and that's always nice to hear too. In the distribution and collection system, there were 2 curb stops that were repaired. We had 2 system leaks that were investigated and repaired, and there were 2 requests for water on and off services for pressure testing or repairs made in plumbing. Other than that, there's the performance assessment report, and that will specify on the flows and lab results for both the water and wastewater facilities. And after that, it's on to the financial report, and that's Ashley.
Thank you very much, Kaylee. Okay, well, Barry's Bay Water Treatment is slightly over in salaries, but overall as a whole, targeting will come in under budget. The Barry's Bay Wastewater Treatment Plant is over right now currently due to calendarization. We had a bit of an excess in the 3rd quarter with actuals versus the salary burden, which is done by Ontario Shared Services. Instead of they do a correction on the salary and benefit estimate, typically on a quarterly basis, where this year, due to COVID, I'm told they did it in the 3rd quarter and not Q1 and 2. So that's why it shows a variance on that to that amount. Chemicals are showing over right now, but they will come back to target by the end of Q4, as well as sludge haulage is also over. Those numbers I do have indefinite now, and it's going to be substantially less than what it's showing, just again based on calendarization. Does anyone have any questions pertaining to that report?
Anyone? Yes, Madam Mayor. That's a question,
Hi,
yeah.
Ashley. So we do see a fairly significant variance in the wastewater at the moment. Are any of these overages going to be something we can anticipate is going to continue going forward? In which case we do need to look at how we're budgeting to ensure we're covering those costs. So I'm kind of asking if any of these are something we should be annualizing and acknowledging when we're rate setting for the wastewater.
Certainly. So in 2021, we hauled approximately 30% more sludge than what we have in previous years, which is made the plant, the effluent better. The plant is running better, but in turn, it's also consuming more labor and an additional cost in sludge haulage. So yes, I believe it will be something that's going to be a little bit higher than what it has in the past, and we're going to work on that to update the 2022 budget to reflect a current number that we think is accurate.
Madam Mayor has another question. Yeah, you are muted, Mayor.
I pushed the button and muted myself. Gotta love it. Everybody gets to do it once. I really appreciate that information. It's important when we're rate setting that we know that if some costs have gone up, that we've accounted for those so that we are producing a budget and a rate for our customers that reflects the cost of providing the service. And certainly we were aware that more sludge haulage might be necessary, as there were some issues last year that I recall you explaining being in part because there was a certain amount of sludge giving off nitrates. Have I got the right one? I think it was nitrates. And by doing that additional sludge haulage, you are therefore ensuring that the plant is not having significant exceedances in nitrates that are an issue, and big swings, because we were having some issues with how it performed, being kind of a bit of a roller coaster as you were working on getting it to it wasn't humming and singing beautifully for the first bit. So, I mean, I think we're getting there. We got a plant that staff has a really good understanding of. It's starting to work really well, and it's adapting to our climate quite well. That's the changes that I know you've been implementing to ensure that the plant works well in our climate. So I do appreciate that. And if you could provide that information to our treasurer and point out to her where something you perceive is going to be, is standard now going to be higher, it's going to cost more, then we can make that adjustment. And council did go into a cost plus contract recognizing that probably chemicals were going to go up, possibly some labor, and there would be some costs that would be going up. So, you know, it's just nice to have that recognized and ensure we're budgeting properly. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, anybody else from council? I don't see any. Madam CEO, we do have our recommendation, but before we go there, I just want to thank Kaylee and Ashley for bringing in a great report. Thank you very, very much. So Madam CEO, if you could, please. Thank you.
Yes, if I may, Chair, I'd just like to ask a clarification point from Ashley, and it's not as part of the report. I had asked, and I'm sure you haven't received a response yet. I did ask Ashley to inquire if Aqua received any provincial COVID-related funding, and if so, if any of that would, at the end of the year, maybe reapply to municipal users. As some of our costs, which form part of the increased salary burden, if so, might be offset. That might be my wish list. I just thought it was worthy of asking the question because I'm not sure as a private entity if you did receive any COVID funding. So thanks. So through the chair, the resolution was that the Ontario Clean Water Agency Q3 financial reports and cost plus reports for the water and wastewater facilities are accepted as presented.
Okay. I will move that motion. Seconder, please. Councillor Brumwich, a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All in favor? That is carried. Okay. Next one here is 7.1.2. We have some expenditures. So is Ashley or Kaylee going to speak on behalf? Ashley, please.
Thank you. Yeah, so in this report details the some of the upgrades and equipment maintenance that has been carried out at the facility. In this quarter was all at Barry's Bay Water. So 254-3482 was a soda ash pump that carries the pH adjustment chemical soda ash to the system, and it had failed. The electrical components within the pump had quit working, so we had to replace the pump. This one was not anticipated to be quite as high as it was at $6,459. Typically pre-COVID, they were probably about 40% cheaper than that. So that one was not anticipated to be quite as high, but it still had to be replaced as it's an integral part of the system. 254-2327 was just some spare stock of water main distribution parts. As you were aware, we had a water main break not too long ago on Arena Road. So every time we have a break, we do an inventory, and just the pipe sizes and things like that. It's nice to always have our own stock on site, that we don't have to rely on contractors to be able to have it, that we have it ourselves. 254-0894 was the on-site portion of the SAI Global on-site conformance audit, which Kaylee spoke about a bit in her performance report. 254-0886 was a curb stop repair on the Pog Lake Road, in which it had to be hydro excavated and repaired. And 254-1973 was a chlorine probe replacement at the water treatment plant on the treated water, which is also a very critical component to the treated water leaving the facility to meet regulation requirements. So
that's it then. Yeah.
That's all
if
I
anybody
have.
has any questions, yeah, well, thank you, Ashley. If any council member has any questions for Ashley, I don't see any. There is a recommendation anytime we've money to spend, I guess we have to have a motion on. So Madam CEO, if you don't mind.
Thank you. Through the chair, that council approved the Ontario Clean Water Agency Aqua 5972 expenditures as presented, totaling $14,612.70 for work orders 2543482, 2542327, 2540894, 2540886, 2541973.
I will motion that. I need a seconder. Councillor Proplinski. Any further discussion on this? I see none. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. The next one here is sounds interesting. From the Ontario Trillium Foundation. Sounds like maybe we can get some money here or something. So who would like, Ashley, you going to speak on behalf of this here, or okay? Who's going to speak on, is it maybe Amanda? Oh, I see Amanda. Very good. Amanda, it's all yours.
So just bringing this to attention of council, the Ontario Trillium Foundation has a funding opportunity called the Resilient Communities Fund, where municipalities can apply for different projects between the costs of $5,000 to $150,000. The application is due tomorrow. It is not a requirement to have council support, but it is beneficial to the application. When the application came out, I thought that looking at the building condition assessments, it would be a good opportunity for us to apply for work to the municipal office for our heating, ventilation, AC, and duct work airflow, which would then fall under the outcome of renovating spaces to meet the needs of the organization to be able to safely deliver its programs and services. So I've attached the information about the Ontario Trillium Foundation's Resilient Communities Fund, and I am asking for council's support to submit this application for this project.
Okay. All right, I don't see any problem. I think we definitely have to support this. Now, anybody have any questions for Amanda? Yes, Councillor Proplinski.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. My question to Amanda, was this part of the anticipated office renovations that we had done last year and we didn't do it because of the COVID? Was that part of it?
So we've had multiple discussions about office renovations, and we originally had planned to knock down some walls in the front office and put up some doors and lower counter for AODA regulations. And then any discussions we had further about moving council chambers or moving offices, the council had decided that we should wait until the building condition assessments were completed so that we could see the full scope of what's required of our municipal office. Because if we're going to start tearing down walls and moving things around, let's see what some of those bigger projects are and how we can improve our building.
Okay. Another question from Councillor Poplinski.
Yes, so this is a very time-sensitive situation. I think very important that we do apply. It's just what we have to keep in mind is any work that we would do before the other renovations, would it cost unnecessary then work later, or can we do the two together? And that would be my thing, if we could coordinate any work that has to be done. So we're not building something, tearing it down, rebuilding it, make it all part of the renovation scheme. Is that possible?
So I've been in discussing this with our large buildings inspector, Andrew Poplinski, and we both feel that this is something that's important. So it fits within this program because it's renovations that are necessary to continue operations after post-COVID. Our ventilation is non-existent here in this building. We know our furnace is old and will have to be replaced soon. There is some ductwork, but not a lot of ductwork, and it does not extend throughout the whole of the building. So there is a plan we can either look at replacing or filling in ductwork throughout the whole of the building, or putting in booster fans so that the airflow goes throughout the whole of the building to replace the air conditioner. So I think we both feel that this is an important project, regardless of what may come or what renovations may come. We're still going to need a new furnace. We're still going to need the airflow. We're still going to need an air conditioner. And so if there are any future building renovations, I think we would have to come up with alternatives. If there were to be, addition to this building, maybe we look at how we provide ventilation and heating to that addition. And there are alternatives for either creating its own source of heat and airflow, or extending from this building into another section. So we're trying to keep in mind of what the possibilities may be for this building, but also ensuring that we meet the requirements for the health and safety of the staff and the visitors and council members that are within the office. Does that answer?
All right. Thank you, Amanda. That was well done. Yes, Madam Mayor has a question.
So Amanda, you're suggesting that our furnace is very similar to our 30-year-old garbage truck. It's served us well, but its time is drawing rapidly to a close, and we would have to do this anyways, regardless. So this opportunity to apply for this grant is a good one for us, because it might assist us with some of that key building infrastructure that we would be replacing anyways as we proceeded with a renovation. I'm just wondering, are we contemplating that the new system would include HEPA filters on the air exchange throughout the building? Because if we are, that would obviously make it more of a COVID sort of friendly application. Thank you.
So we don't have a specific of what this is going to look like. We've had two local HVAC companies provide us like a ballpark of what do you think, like what's the top range that we should apply for, because it is right now, it's not a requirement to say exactly what we need, but what our maximum range is of what we need. And they both felt that the $60,000 area is a good opportunity for us to be able to fix what we need, make sure there's proper flow, make sure if we have to have any contractor work, any carpentry work to fix this off. And then we will need a design plan for airflow and was my understanding, like a ductwork design plan. So we still need to do some project management work before any of this starts. But all of those things will be taken into consideration, because if we're going to do it, we might as well do it right. So, and I think that's very important for a lot of the staff to make sure that we have good, proper airflow, that we can, breathe easy around here and everyone feels comfortable with it.
All right, Amanda. Yeah, I think you have a great plan. And I think because it's time sensitive, I really think we should definitely approve this here. So maybe what I'll do is have Madam CEO read the recommendation, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you, through the chair, that council approve the application to the Ontario Trillium Foundation under the Resilient Communities Fund for a $60,000 renovation to the municipal office to upgrade, install a new propane furnace, HVAC unit, air conditioner, and ductwork to ensure proper heating and ventilation for staff, council, and all visitors to the facility.
Okay, I will move that. I need a seconder. Councillor Wilmer has seconded. Any other questions for Amanda? Yes, Councillor Wilmer.
So Amanda, I'm just wondering if you have any idea of when we'll hear back on this. Have they given deadlines? I know the deadline you said is tomorrow to get it in, but do we have a date as to when we will hear whether our application is successful or not?
I'm not certain 100%, but I thought that I had heard from them. It was around January, late January, because the Trillium Foundation is funded by the federal government. So they need to make sure that the monies are allocated before their fiscal year end. So I believe we would be hearing by the end of January.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Amanda? Seeing none, all in favor? Okay, that is carried. Thank you very much, Amanda. Well done.
Thank you.
And I will also want to thank Ashley and Kaylee for bringing in some good reports. Thank you very much for doing a great job. Thank you very much. And I don't know if we have any, we don't have any correspondence or information. I don't see any unfinished business. Nope, seeing none. My portion is done. Madam Mayor, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. At this point, I'm going to suggest that we take a lunch break and possibly if we could come back at 12:45, that would be a little over half an hour. So could I get someone move that we take lunch? Moved by Councillor Poplinski, seconded by Councillor Wilmer. All those in favor? And that's carried. Okay, so we'll see you back at 12:45. And I'll let Gwen do her magic.
Are they off now? Yeah. Okay, because it kicked me out, so I thought. Mayor Love, the system had kicked me out just before you said goodbye. So I was running to Amanda's computer because I thought you were still in waiting to finish. So it was just good timing.
Oh, isn't it wonderful when that happens?
Oh, it's
But we
happening more than once. Hillary's still sitting at somebody else's desk. Can't seem to, something's going on there.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're still okay because we had the deputy clerk in the meeting, so.
Yeah.
But we were just working our way to lunch.
Yep, worked out okay.
I guess everything worked out good with the with those stone pebbles. I think that's good.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So just so everyone's aware, we are still live streaming right now. Okay. Just wanted to make you aware.
Okay. Okay.
Counselor Wilmer has an assistant. His assistant's bigger than my assistant. Mhm. Okay, we're just waiting on Counselor Poplinski and then we'll get started. Okay, Counselor Poplinski, could you just check your mic? Are we good?
Yeah, I think we're hooked up.
Okay, I can hear you and see you.
Okay.
So I just wanted to.
I guess
go
all
ahead.
fed and watered and ready to go.
Okay, fantastic, because you're going to be up next. Gwen, can I call the meeting back to order? I'm assuming if we're still live streaming, I can do that. Somebody stop me if we can't. I will call the meeting back to order. Our next committee is Fire and Protection and Emergency Management, and I'm going to turn it over to Chair Poplinski.
Thank you, Mayor Love. I think we've got the fire chief with us, do we?
Yes, you do, Chair Poplinski.
Okay, good to have you. Okay, we've got pages 119 to 125 in your package, 8.1 municipal reports, and we've got 8.11 in fire department activities. You would like to speak on behalf of that subject?
Okay, I'll start at the top. Maintenance repairs, there's no major repairs required since the last meeting. All the trucks have been rust proof for the winter, which is an annual thing that we do every year to keep them in fairly good shape. The next line is the MNRF 2022 fire rates. I have attached the rates for 2022. The increase to the township will be 4%. So for budgetary item in 2022, the cost was $4,747 and 0 cents for our fire agreement between us and the MNR for wildfires. The surplus generator was picked up on November 18th by George McGuire. He's from Northern Ontario. That was sold on Gov Deals. It sold for $5,150. So that's been paid, and the generator's been removed from beside the municipal office. The bunker gear we ordered back in May has arrived. We'd budgeted $5,300. The total for the 2 bunker suits was $4,590 before taxes, so it came in under the budget, which is a good thing. On November 11th, both fire stations from the South and North Hall responded to a vehicle fire, which ended up being a fatal fire and a motor vehicle collision on Coolis Road, which is off of above Merton Siding, which is off of Hildebrandt and Sobolski Road up in that end, not the south side of the township, but the north. There's 2 Coolis Roads in the township. On that, after the fire was extinguished, that's when the deceased person was discovered inside the vehicle. Wellness checks were checked on the firefighters that night as of the fire to make sure they're okay. And again, we did a debriefing on the next training meeting, and wellness check was done for firefighters there. There's been no issues with the firefighters. They understood everybody's good with everything, what they've seen and everything. So nobody has any issues at the moment. And then when I come back from holidays, as notified on November 14th of 2 suspicious fires in the hamlet of Wilno. One was at the rink, and one was in the Heritage Park next to the blacksmith shop. Both fires, they put themselves out. They were discovered by people walking through the parks and the rink area. OPP and NOAA, Ontario Fire Marshal's Office, are both notified. OPP are also investigating along with myself. The Fire Marshal took it as a stat. We're continuing watching the area. So far, we have no more other issues with that happening since, but it happened up on a regular basis. People have been informed in the area. So far, nothing, but we're keeping our eyes on things like that. And for 2021, the fire calls are down, way down from most years.
Corey, I'm just wondering if I could interrupt for a moment.
Sure.
Before we talk about the fire calls, in your report, and you mentioned about a wellness check performed. Was that a COVID related or another?
That's after any kind of serious incident where either we go to a call where it's either fatal or the serious injury to somebody, the firefighter, what they see. We check on a firefighter's mental health wellness, make sure there's any kind of stress for them for what they've seen or what they've dealt with. So that's directly just a firefighter related thing as a procedure that we follow all the time.
Yes, I was aware of that, but I wanted the rest of the committee to know exactly what that was, because there may be some questions, and maybe before we proceed, is there any questions by other members of council on the report? I don't see any hands up, so if you would like to proceed then with the breakdown.
Okay, fire call breakdown. It's way down from most years. It's actually half down from when I first started here 5 years ago. So we're down to 54 calls. My first year I was here was well over 100. The majority of calls that came up in the North Station responded to 50 of the 54 calls. And Comer, the South Hall's had 16 calls they responded to. They've actually had 5 calls in that jurisdiction. So the public's been really very good, like being very careful over the last couple of years. Numbers are continuing to drop. We've only had 2 structure fires. We did lose total buildings this year. People have been very careful, very good. All the way around their fire prevention or fire safety for their wildfires, cleaning chimneys and everything else. So I got to thank everybody for doing such a good job. They've been really great with dealing with everything. Like that makes a big difference for fire safety.
Just going to comment on that, if I may. The prevention is something that's very, very difficult to judge. But when we look at statistics that are like this, then we know that you're obviously following a good program, and I'd certainly like to see that continue. On your sheet here, you have you're helping the ambulance people. I take it with on 3 different occasions. Is that becoming more and more common now in your work, Corey?
That's about average for every year since we've been there. What we usually do is get a lift assist. They're not actual medical calls. They're calls that you go either into the bush where they need somebody to help them lift somebody out, or they're down a ravine. They're like very difficult for them. 2 paramedics to pull somebody out. It takes about 6 people. So once in a while they will call us for assistance. But that's on the average rate from day 1 since we started. They're not medical calls. They're more of a lift. We're helping them because they're in such a predicament that they can't get the person out themselves.
Right. Okay. I'm just going to open it up if anybody has any questions on that report. Don't see any. Okay, if you'd like to continue on.
Okay, I guess we're going to go to the bylaw side of things. That'll be next. Okay, attaches calls for service up till the end of November. Total calls for service so far for bylaw has been 47, which covers noise complaints, garbage complaints, animal control, parking complaints, snow blowing roads, people pushing snow on the roads, property standards, and landlord tenant. And at the then we got a breakdown of calls yet for things such as sea containers, trailers, and sleep cabins. In November, we received 2 complaints for sea containers, and we had 3 complaints about trailers on properties. So they've been investigated and follow-up being done. The compliance officer, bylaw officer is with me today, Terry Gerard. He's sitting here to my left. He right now is working on, currently we got a backlog of 49 cases, which is trailers, bunkies, and sea containers. He sent out 15 letters since beginning during around 1st of November. He's got 3 people that have complied so far, but people seem to be receiving him pretty well. He's getting along well. There's progress there. People are starting to understand the rules a little bit better with him being here. So it's been a big help so far.
Carry on.
Okay, and then
I'm sorry. Is that the extent
that's
of
the end
it?
of that report. That's the end of the breakdown
Okay.
for little traders. And
Okay, I just have a question on the sea containers and the new bylaw that we've enacted. How do you inform people? Is it usually done by visit and then a letter? Is that what the normal
what we usually
procedure
do
is?
Terry, before Terry was here, I'd go into the property, knock on the door, explain to them the reason I was there for the complaint.
Right.
Explain to them why the sea container, well, some places sea containers are allowed either, on a waterfront property, a sea container is not allowed whatsoever, or a residential 1 or residential 2. We always explain that to them to see if they get compliance. Then if they don't comply, they will send them a letter saying, yes, so many days to either get a hold of the building inspector for, if it is allowed, for a building permit, or we'll give you so many days to comply, say, I understand you made a mistake, we have to move it, or if it's there temporarily for a renovation, there's always a reason, but we always give several letters of follow-up after the initial visit, after about 2 weeks. Just sort of a paper trail, so we keep track of what we're doing, the continuity of everything. But if you have questions, we'll explain to them, like, a sea container is allowed in a rural property or a commercial property, but it does require a building permit, which a lot of people don't understand. That's where you get caught with a lot of people. They're not doing anything that wrong, just because it's got 4 sides, you got the roof, the walls, and the bottom, the floor. So automatically considered a structure. So we explained that to them, and then they'll get a hold of the building inspector, and he just has to pay for the permit most times. And that's it. There's no real fines, but some people do catch them on lakefront properties. They're not allowed there whatsoever, or residential property. But we do go through a sort of educational piece first before we actually do any real enforcement. It's more of a visit and a polite sort of way to talk to people, explain the rules, and because most people don't understand it. So we work with everybody as much as we can when we do first show up.
Chief, I would imagine that it's normal practice when you're at a site visit to produce a copy of the bylaw. Is that what you normally do?
I always have a copy of the bylaw. It shows it's under comprehensive zoning bylaw. That's where that comes from. We have the pages out of it with us, and we can provide it to that person at that point in time.
Is that practice? You normally do that?
If they ask for it, we'll provide it to them.
Okay. Yeah, because I've had people say that they don't have access to the internet.
That's right.
And it's been suggested that they go to the internet and find out what the rules are. And I'm just wondering if we could make it a little bit easier if we do follow then what you're suggesting and leave copies of the bylaw with the people, and because we do know that probably 40% of the people are not hooked up to the internet.
That's correct.
That's just
we can do that. We'll make it a little more-
unfortunately. So it is something. It's something new, and we want to make sure that everybody is compliant. We want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to help out in that regard. So that's good. Okay, maybe what we can do is just see if there's any other comments from council or questions. Yes, Mayor Love?
On the report is some information about the change in the pound fees for dogs, that there's a significant monthly increase. And I was wondering if, since it is suggested in the letter from the Township of Bonnechere Valley, I'm wondering if we can ask for the financial summary and the breakdown of the work required, so we have the information that justifies the increased costs. I think that's important that we have that information available to us and to the taxpayers. The other thing I was wondering is, are there any other dog pounds, such as in Bancroft or in the area, that we could look into what the costs are to use that service? Thank you.
Any further comments? Anyone? Okay, so if we could direct staff to look into that for us, what you're suggesting. Yeah, we had missed the one dealing with the dog pounds and so if we could go back, if we're finished with the sea containers, and just have Corey, if you'd like to actually give us the report.
Okay.
I'm sort of working in reverse here, but.
Well, that's fine. Pound fees, in Bonnechere Valley have increased, are going to increase by $65 a month for 2022. The reason behind that is because North Algonah Wilberforce has pulled out of the agreement with that. So they're saying, due to them pulling out and what they were getting for revenue and the increased cost of keeping the pound up to proper standards under the new provincial laws, they require a $65 a month increase, which is $780 a year to the Madawaska Valley Township. So I do understand where you're saying check the other avenues, see what's going on, because it is quite an increase from other years we have. And like this year, we haven't taken any dogs to the pound. Last year, I believe we took one. Average, we take 2 dogs to the pound a year. So it's quite a pile of money to take for a service that we're not really using that much. We don't require it. So we usually find the owners, but I will follow up with that, no problem. Get a report to you in January, hopefully. If not, it'll be February at the latest. So we can go for budgetary line items at that point, and I'll have better information and all the details you require.
Okay, thank you. It is a budgetary item, and I'm just wondering if there's any of the council members want to weigh in on it. Yes, Mayor Lev?
I guess the reason why I brought it up is I think it's $280 a month, if I remember correctly. It's something like that, or $285. And another $65, you know, we're coming up close to $350 a month. And if we're not using it on a regular basis, it's a lot of money to be paying for something where there isn't an additional labor cost to look after dogs, because we are not bringing that many dogs, right? They've proposed in here that one of their issues is a problem with some wood fencing that is unacceptable to the Ministry of Agriculture. Well, rather than pay an additional $65 a month, maybe it would be smarter for the partner municipalities to invest in some metal fencing that might be, or whatever kind of fencing would be acceptable as a one-time investment rather than an additional cost per month. I'm just wondering what our options are. That's why I asked that we would take a look at what's being proposed by Bonnechere Valley, because it's probably perfectly fine, but I just like to look at it and see if we can't offer back some suggestions that might help us all to keep our costs down. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor Love. Anyone else? Any other questions? So if we could direct staff to address those issues with the township and look at other options along the way as well. I think it is, I know in the past when there hasn't been the service, it's rather frustrating for people when there's an issue. So it's sort of like having fire insurance. Hope you never need it. But in this particular case, it's the cost, I guess, of doing business. But I think it certainly does warrant us looking into, the suggestions that you made and moving forward. We have an intruder.
Through the chair.
Yes, Madam CEO.
I just had a question just for clarity in the minutes. So are we asking the bylaw officer, is this an administrative staff that you're expecting to follow up with that?
I would hope that the administrative staff could do that.
Thank you.
Yes, Mayor Lev?
Sorry,
Yeah.
Mayor Love, you're muted.
Darn it, today is not my day.
Blame it on the cat.
Yes, I am distracted a bit here, sorry. Perhaps the administrative staff could check into the financial information, because it would probably be the other administration that would provide it. But if our bylaw enforcement officer could just have a peek around and see if there's any other comparable service. I do understand that if we in Madawaska Valley were to provide this service ourselves, we would have significantly more costs associated with it if we had to look after animals that we pick up. So I just want him to check so that we can say to the taxpayers, we checked, this is the closest, the most reasonable service that we can get, and the cost of doing business is the cost of doing business. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Love. Okay, so we're clear on that. We are asking the Corey, your department, if you could make some inquiries, and we'll have our administrative staff then be in touch with the other township regarding some. Okay. Any further comments on the report, Corey?
No, not for me.
Okay, and I just want to have everybody welcome Terry that I see you sitting in the background there, Terry. You want to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your new job?
Yeah, it seems to be quite interesting. It's a lot of investigations and basically speaking to people like I did before as a police officer, and basically trying to get them to comply with the bylaw rules. And if they don't, then, well, eventually we'll have to do something about that. We don't want to go that route, but it may have to happen to some of them, so.
Well, welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we can.
Chair Poplinski, I believe Councillor Bromwich had his hand up there.
Oh, sorry, I don't see him at all. So.
No, I was just going to say Amanda had her hand up earlier, and
okay.
I thought you might want to know that.
Okay. No, I didn't see her either. So it. Oh, there she is.
I was just going to clarify, we pay $3.35 monthly for the pound service fees.
Okay. Thank you, Amanda. Okay, who have I lost here now? Okay, I think we can proceed. So we've dealt with the calls for service. We've dealt with the pages 135 to 136, 8.13 emergency management. And I'm not sure who's speaking on this.
The deputy clerk through the chair.
Okay, I think we have the deputy clerk.
Yep, I'm here. So at our last meeting, you'd asked for an overview of our scenario. So that's what the report is on. So it's pretty self-explanatory. And then I just added that there is a HIRA information package if you'd like. I first attached it to the agenda, but it's quite large. So if you would like, I just request it and I will send it by email, and it gives an explanation of how things get rated as per Corey's information that he presented at the last meeting as well. And then I have also updated the emergency management plan, which is coming back as a bylaw later on in the meeting to remove the reference to the OPP declaring the emergency on our behalf, which that goes back to I believe it was a 2018 emergency management template. So they've changed, since then they've changed it. And so it's updated on our end.
Okay. Is there any comments or questions by any of the council members? It's a good report and good examples, and of course you've got your in the event of a major catastrophic event, there's a good roadmap here to follow. Of course, everybody's got their functions well defined, and hopefully we'll never have to use it, but at least it's a good tool to have. So thank you for doing that.
You're welcome.
If there are no questions, then we'll move on. There's a recommendation on all of these, Madam CAO. Do you wish to read them? Hello?
Oh, sorry, it's just unmuting. No, they were just to be accepted by information.
Oh, okay, thank you. Correspondence, we've got 8.2. And then pages 137 to 139 in your package. It's an application from the George Vanier School for some flooding of the outdoor rink. It is something that we have been doing every year, but it's open for discussion by anyone that wishes to speak about it or ask questions. No, I don't see any. Yes, Madam CAO.
I do believe the fire chief has said that this is something they do yearly and they do it as part of their training. So we
Yes.
do usually accept it as a recommendation. So if there are no questions, I can read the recommendation.
Please do.
Through the chair, that the donation request from George Vanier Catholic School is approved to have the South Hall Fire Department flood the school's outdoor rink as part of their training exercise.
So you don't need a
Yes, I
motion.
do,
You
please.
do, okay. So I'm prepared to make the motion on this. And can I have a seconder? Yeah. I don't see anyone responding, so.
I see
wonder-
Councillor Schulis and Councillor Wilmer's
Okay,
hands are up.
okay. Okay, I can, Councillor Schulis, second. Any further comments? Questions? I don't see any. Having none, motion is granted.
Thank you.
All in favor? Motion is granted. We've got pages 141 to 167, 8.22, Municipal Climate Resiliency Grant. I assume this is Amanda's baby. Is it?
Sorry. It can be. So, no, I sat in a webinar. I was emailed this information and I sat in a webinar where Intact Insurance, who insures our municipal buildings, they have this climate resiliency grant that's available for municipalities. I sort of sent it off within the office to see if anybody has any ideas of, what we can apply for. Some suggestions were like climate or forest fire plans. Sorry, Corey, if I'm butchering, but I don't know much about the forest fire department. Also, they had suggested we could do, if we have flooding concerns within our community, we could apply for money so that then we have provide like a grant situation within the municipal office if people need to amend their buildings or their properties, that we could then help them out during flood situations. But I had requested that, maybe someone can, if anybody has some ideas, we could, come up with something, because I don't like to see grants go by without us, applying if there's opportunities for us, for our community. So yeah, I'm just sort of looking for some opportunities, maybe if anybody has an idea. Sorry.
Well, I would certainly encourage you to proceed with this, and people like our operations manager can be, I'm sure, be a big assistance as well with buildings and other infrastructure, including roads and so on, if that's applicable. But it is something that we certainly want to take advantage of if we can. So thank you for doing that. So I think we need some sort of a resolution to for staff then, Madam CAO.
No, that's fine. Through the chair, we would just wanted to inform council. So we will consult with the department heads to see if there's further recommendations or suggestions. We just wanted to make council aware that, again, as most grants are, they're very short term, and we didn't want to lose the opportunity to present council. And sometimes you may be aware of some issues or subject matters that you'd like us to focus more on as it pertains in this case, either to pursue more the subsidies as opposed to securing funds for fire suppression or for flooding.
Yes, I see someone with their hand up and their hand on their head, but I can't see the top of their. Oh, it's Carl. You got the floor, Councillor Bromwich.
Thank you, Councillor Poplinski. I just had a thought here that you're talking about flooding here. I don't think there's much we can do about wildfires because that's called controlling the bush, the deadfall net. But I'm wondering if we could look into possible ditching of our roads as part of a grant here to prevent them from being flooded out during heavy weather. I don't know if that would qualify for a resiliency grant, but it definitely addresses flooding issues. And it's just a way to maybe we could look into that one, be specific for Amanda to get her job done. That's just a thought I had. Thank you.
I think it's a very good point, and it is one that has been raised before. Every winter, we dump loads and loads and loads of sand into the culverts, put them on the road, and then the brush cleaner comes along in the spring, moves it into the culverts, and then of course it just sits there and builds up, creates issues, and that's an ongoing discussion. And that's why when I mentioned about having our operations people involved as well with some ideas, but it is a point well taken, and I think it's one that should be given consideration. Anything for
through the chair? Mayor Love has her hand up. Sorry.
Okay, I can see you there now. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Apologies.
Thank you, Chair. No, that's fine. One of the key examples that they provide under climate resiliency is updating flood and fire risk mapping. If you recall, when we had our delegation on the work that we were doing in mapping for water and wastewater, we talked about them overlaying elevations. And at that point in the delegation, we also mentioned that this had the potential to work for updating our flood risk mapping. We don't have any. This would provide us with some. That might be super important going forward if we were to maybe look at a project like that, because another project they're also that may be able to be combined that they mention is creating an online portal for residents to obtain property level flood risk information. So this would be a new area for us, but it would be a very useful area for us. We've had 2 floods, 2017, 2019, probably going to have more of them. So that might, putting funds into the updating and pulling together more of that mapping might be a very good way that we could fit the criterion very nicely for this climate resiliency and gain some very valuable information going forward in order to deal with any future flooding and also to make it easier for our residents who live along the waterways to have a better sense of whether or not their property is at risk. So I'd put that forward as a possibility, would be to invest it in the mapping and furthering that project in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Unlimited possibilities. Okay, so if there's no further comment on this item, we'll move on. And
through the chair.
Yes, Madam CIO.
Sorry, just I did look at we have a wish list from a couple of years ago, some of the programs we could work towards, some of the shovel ready things we should investigate. One of the discussions, and we hadn't really done anything with, was a culvert identification program. Whereas, every culvert has a number, a sequence, and then at that point, when you identify them, you can earmark if some of them are too small, if they need to be changed during rehabilitation, and it would assist as well with the beaver maintenance flow of retaining that information. So I just noticed that in one of our, I think it was in 2019, there was a discussion about that. So that's something that I could mention to operations as well, if council thinks that would deem consideration.
I would agree that I think that's really worthwhile mentioning. One more thing for them to consider. Thank you for that. We'll then proceed to 8.3, an unfinished business. Is there anything from members or staff? Don't see any hands, although I don't see too many heads, but I'm sure if somebody wanted to speak, they'll do something there, throw something in. Okay, so I'm going to hand the gavel back to the mayor.
Okay,
you.
thank you. Thank you, Chair. Our next committee is Recreation and Community Development, and I will turn it over to Chair Wilmer.
Thank you, Mayor Love. And we do have Hannah here. Hi, Hannah. I think you've
Hello.
met everyone. So, so our first item is a municipal report, item 9.11. And this is just for information. I'll let Hannah go through it.
Great, thank you. Yeah, so I have a couple things just to update on November. The Celebrate Canada 2022 grant has been submitted. I did reach out to some recreation and heritage groups. I didn't get a huge response, so we just did the same numbers from 2021. Included in that grant is not just our Canada Day celebrations, but I've also included a plan for a potential celebration on National Indigenous Peoples Day. It's on a Tuesday, so we'd have to do it the weekend before or after, but that was included in that grant as well. Public skating sponsorship. We put out a call for local businesses to sponsor public skating. And I have on here almost entirely booked. Since I wrote this, we are completely booked up, which is great. So all the way till the end of March, we have sponsors every Sunday for public skating, as well as 1 or 2 additional ones over the Christmas holidays. So that's awesome. And then for the next one there, the online facility booking calendar. This was a struggle I think people have been dealing with for a bit, that between myself and Alan at the arena, kind of bookings for the arena and the Cumbernauld Hall and other facilities we own, it was tricky to kind of have one living calendar or, you know, kind of chart of what's going on. So we did find a free program that we've been using, and then we update it with all confirmed bookings. I have a screenshot included back there as well if you want to take a look. It can only be updated by myself or Alan Trubinsky, and anyone can view it. Right now we just have it kind of staff only because there is kind of information on who's booking it and we don't want to make that information public, but so far so good with that. The Cumbernauld Recreation Committee, the annual Christmas party was this past Saturday and it went really well. I went with my family and there was lots of people, big turnout. Santa was there, horses, it went really well, I think, for them. The Rural Community Cooperative, we did meet to chat. This is the group, just to alleviate any confusion, this is the group of the different municipalities, Killu, Haggerty Richards, BLR, North Algona, Wilberforce, and Bonnechere Valley. So we have a new name and it's the Rural Community Cooperative. So that's the official name for us now. And yeah, the final contest just launched a few days ago. Twas the contest before Christmas. It's just a virtual Facebook event, just like the previous ones. And also 2022 has a full kind of budget and schedule for contests already, which is great. And then getting down to it, the arena, we had 2 kitchens. The 2 kitchens underwent health inspections at the end of November, and they both went well and were passed. And so the inspection reports just came back earlier this week and everything's all good. And then finally, the Hydro One Energizing Life Community Fund is one. It's a grant that I've been looking at and kind of asking around the office, and I think a bunch of people have been looking at it as well. It's project ideas that have to be related to safety. So there were a couple ideas floated around the office, including a new carbon monoxide sensor system at the arena, accessible trail at Lakeshore Park, or lighting up the water tower park. So there's a handful of ideas, and obviously we're open to more. So that's it for me.
Okay, thank you, Hannah. Good report. I just wanted to add that I think it was on Friday, I did get the opportunity to look at the new booking system with Hannah and with Sue, and very impressed. I mean, particularly that it's free, but it's something that we have needed, and I think it'll be very, very useful. And with Hannah and Alan being able to, I think we've got what, 7 facilities on it. So it works really, really well, and it's really easy and user friendly. So I think that will be a big, big bonus for us, and will really help out down the road. Are there any other comments or questions on the report? Mayor Love.
Just in reference to that calendar, Hannah, you found a brilliant, simple solution to what has been a complex and long-standing problem, and I really appreciate that. Really excited to see it and hope there's a way that it can eventually become something that the public can see the key information they need to be able to see in order to find out that there's a rental space available and to book it. So thank you.
You're very welcome. Yeah, and I think that's our hope as well. I mean, because it's free, we're limited, but down the road, if we decide we want to invest and pay the monthly cost or whatever it is, we can kind of take a look at doing custom fields, all that kind of fun stuff, to be able to have some things that are shared and some things that aren't. So, but for now, yeah, like so far so good.
Mayor Love.
Hannah, just in reference to that, could you bring that information to budget for 2022 so that council is aware of what the cost would be to have that flexibility and to be able to use that system to its full extent? That I'd appreciate it. I'd like to know what that would mean, and then we can have a nice discussion about it. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, Councillor Poplinski.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I don't know if this is the appropriate time, but since Hannah is in the chair there, maybe she can, she'll be part of the discussion. But my point was that, it's a new position for her. And of course, I know everything takes time, but I'm wondering, is she been brought up to speed on the operation of the Barry's Bay outdoor rink? And because, this is the time of the year that we make sure that all the outdoor work is done prior to the real cold weather, make sure all the repairs have been done and in getting ready, of course, for the flooding. And one of the changes that we made last year was last year they used the portable pump to lay down the first sheet of ice as opposed to using the fire department. And I just want to make sure that that's going to continue this year, because I think we were able to save a little bit of money and not hinder the fire department. I see Mayor Love got her hand up. So,
Chair, I don't think at this point, with the changes we made to the organizational structure, that ends up being the Recreation and Community Development Coordinator's responsibility. So the reminder would need to go to operations, I would suggest.
That's correct.
I think we did make that change.
We did when we did the reorg. It's now under operations.
Yeah.
And I believe it would be Alan. Or no, not Alan. Okay, Sue.
If I may, so the oversight is under operations. So the supervisor and the facility plant supervisor is Raymond Mask, and he oversees all the ice plant as well as the Barry's Bay outdoor rink and the Combermere outdoor rink. And because of the bookings for those, Hannah has been part of those conversations. And just to confirm that, yes, everything is ready to go. They have discussed, because they did purchase a new pump for in Combermere. In Barry's Bay, it's taken, I think, a couple of years, but we finally managed, and it was because of COVID, finally managed to get the water will be coming directly from the rink, as opposed to having to have, I forget how many feet of hoses needed to be connected previous to that to do the rink in Barry's Bay. So now it's right directly at the edge of the PJY, and at the last staff meeting that we had, and Hannah was at that meeting, it was confirmed that it is ready to go as well. So yes.
Thank you for the clarification. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks for asking the question.
Thank you. Any other comments on the report? The only other thing I'd like to say, I'd like to thank the businesses that have stepped forward to sponsor the public skatings. We have had a very good response, and it really shows the strength of our community that they have come forward like that. So it's great to see, and it allows the free skating to continue. So thank you. And thank you, Hannah, for Sue.
I just wanted to chime in to some of your shout outs to the community. All of the facility group users, minor hockey, figure skating, and all of those groups have been very patient as we've been pivoting around, the facilities, COVID regulations, and the vaccination policies, and having to deal with the different organizations. And each and every one of those groups have been fabulous to deal with. So wanted to give a shout out to them as well.
Okay, thank you, Sue. All right, any others? And this is just for information, so thank you, Hannah. We'll move on to 912, which is staff hire status at the PJY, and this is Hillary's report.
Good afternoon now.
Good afternoon.
Through you, Chair, so we've the facilities cleaner, 6 people, and 1 position was filled by Suzanne Garrett. The second, facilities and park attendant, 4 candidates showed interest, was in on the interviews, and successful applicant is David Pekarski.
Terrific.
Any questions?
No. All right, and we just see you have a little mention on the COVID related costs in your report also.
Correct. Due to screening.
Yes, to Hillary's defense, I just added that on the bottom of his report.
Okay. I would have fluffed it soon.
I do like to ensure that council is aware, because these are all additional costs. We're filling many positions that because of having to screen for the vaccination, it will mean an increase under the recreation budget because we have to have them there for the period of time. And then we did provide them with an iPad so that they can do the barcode screening at the event there as well. It was just to keep you informed.
Thank you. Now I can understand why you look puzzled. All right, so we do have a recommendation on this one. Sue, could you read it, please?
Yes, through the chair, that council accept the operation manager's recommendation to hire Suzanne Garrett as facilities attendant cleaner at Group 2, Step 1, as per municipal bylaw 2021-11. And that council accept the operation manager's recommendation to hire David Pekarski as facilities and parks attendant at Group 3, Step 1 of municipal employment bylaw 2021-11.
Okay, and I'll move this. Can I have a seconder? Mayor Love, any discussion? No? All in favor? Carried. Okay, thank you, Hillary. Okay, so our next item is the Combermere Recreation Committee minutes, meeting minutes. Everyone has a copy. Are there any questions or discussion on these? Councillor Poplinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a point, I was at the meeting. Maybe I was wearing my invisible suit, but I was there, and I guess they just forgot to put me down. So
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so these, we will just accept these minutes. Do we have to have the motion read on that, Sue? I guess so.
Yes,
right?
through the chair, I like
Yep.
to advise the committee that you've received them so that the Combermere Recreation Committee meeting minutes for November 11, 2021 be accepted as amended. I will advise the committee of the change.
Okay, so I'll move that. Could I get a seconder? Councillor Poplinski, all in favor? Carried. All right, we do not have any correspondence and information, new information that I'm aware of, or any unfinished business. So Councillor Poplinski?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I just don't want it to go missing, but when I brought the issue up about the outdoor rink at Combermere, and when I talked about preparation, any repairs, one of the things that it's very, very important to do before the ice is ready to be put on is for someone, and perhaps they've already done this, to take any debris. In the past, we found bottles, we found cans underneath the ice, and of course, you know the issue, brush, leaves, So if we could just, mention to staff to have a check before we start trying to lay down any ice on that. So thank
Okay.
you.
And Hannah, you have a comment?
Yeah, I will just note, I don't know when you last checked it out. Maybe there's something's changed, but I do know that Alan was there with Jamie Heron late last week.
Okay,
So it is
good.
something that's on their mind.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so that ends my section. So I'll hand it back to Mayor Love.
Okay, thank you, Chair. We'll move into our next section, which is planning matters in the statutory meeting under the Planning Act. Under municipal reports, we have building permit statistics for October 2021 and building permit statistics for November 2021. And I don't know if Mr. Larbetsky is with us or busy. Oh, no, there he is. Silas, did you want to speak to these?
Actually, I think they're probably, I'll keep it short and sweet. They're very self-explanatory. Things are not stopping. We are progressing and moving forward in the township of Madawaska Valley. It used to be that once hunting season arrived, things slowed down. They don't anymore. The building inspectors out doing inspections up to 5-6 times a day. So he's on call continuously. So other than that, unless there are other questions from council, that is all I have to report.
Okay, is there any questions on either of these two sets of statistics? I think the number one thing is that, wow, you guys are really super busy. It's impressive how much work is going through your department at this point in time. No winter slowdown for you guys, eh? Okay, now Sue, do we need to accept these or are we just assuming we're accepting them as information, or do we need a recommendation?
We're just accepting them as information.
Okay.
That's what we've done in the
Okay,
past.
so we'll let Mr. Larbetsky off the hook then. There's nothing further on those two. Thank you, Silas.
Thank you.
Next, under correspondence and information, we have the County of Renfrew Memorandum dated November 1st, 2021, regrowth related projects. And probably since I'm just looking, there it is. Okay. Probably since I'm the one that's the most familiar with this, I may speak to it. Just to point out some key points for council on this. So the County of Renfrew has been looking at who pays for what and how it's paid for and how they're going to plan going forward in order to appropriately staff things like the planning department. And in this particular case, we're dealing with operations, but it's the same idea. They're looking at how will things be paid for going forward. Asset management covers the existing assets to the level that they currently exist at. But one of the biggest challenges is that we're starting to have growth in some parts of Renfrew County, significant growth that is putting demands on our assets that they would be improved to address growth. So when you look at a road that is 2 lanes, and now because of the population increase, there's a need to make it a 4-lane road. Obviously, that's not covered by asset management because the plan covered the 2 lanes. That expansion, that growth related expansion of the asset has to be paid for in some way. So this is why this is being looked at. We're trying to ascertain what the best way going forward is to address those kinds of projects. At the moment, they're kind of approached from the status quo is some things are dealt with one way, some things are dealt with another. Some of the major projects, for example, one of the biggest ones on the horizon is the 4-laning of Petawawa Boulevard, which involves the 4-laning of a bridge over the river. That's a major league project, lots of expense, and the traffic pressures there are significant. So how do you pay for something like that? I know you didn't get this particular bit of data, but I did through the county. At At the moment, there is $30.2 million worth of growth-related projects in operations, in roads, basically, that needs to be done now. So the county, for as long as I've been there, they've been trying to get grants from the province, from the feds, any combination, to assist with some of those types of projects. And I think the number one is the Petawawa Boulevard and the Petawawa River Bridge. In total, they estimate in the next 15 years, there's $42,690,000 worth of growth-related projects that have been identified. Now, as a council, you are probably thinking, is there anything in Madawaska Valley? Well, at the moment, we have no identified project in this list of growth-related projects, but I would suggest to council that we are coming into a point in time when there is going to be a need to look at the intersection of Siberia Road with St. Francis Memorial Drive. Siberia Road is a county road. So this would be the kind of potential project that we may be looking at in the next 5 to 10 years. So we need to be understanding how the county is moving forward and trying to make a decision that best meets the needs of the lower tier municipalities. And at the same time, one second, I'm so sorry. My phone is literally ringing. And at the same time, got dealt with that. At the same time, it has to be fair. So understand that we're not out of this. We do have one project that at least one that I could think of, where we could potentially be in a situation where traffic study may show we need a turning lane, or something may need to be done that will cost some amount of money, hopefully not quite 30 million. So the county looked at this, and so the status quo, as I say, is to look for grants and to kind of be, some projects get a go, some projects don't. It's not a very solid foundation for dealing with growth. An option that the county looked at was draft development charges. So you'll find in here, I think there's a draft policy for development charges for the county of Renfrew. The challenge with this, I would suggest, besides the fact that it probably will apply to all properties, not necessarily just properties that are on county roads, is that it's through the building, the building permit can't be issued unless the development charges are paid. If the development charges aren't paid, then they go on taxes. The lower tiers are the ones that collect the taxes, not the upper tier. We do that work and we just remit to the county the amount that's owed. So it would end up being a lower tier municipal responsibility to look after any sort of issues with development charges for the county of Renfrew. I don't think our staff need any more work. This would just be one more thing that we were dealing with. So it may not be the best way to go. And I don't think the county is actually leaning that way. There was discussion about an increase in the county levy. So the general levy that we all pay would go up to account for the cost of growth-related projects. Is it fair for municipalities that are not going to benefit from the growth-related project to be funding the entirety of the growth-related project? Think about that when you're looking at $32 million. That's a bit challenging. It's going to put a lot of upward pressure on the general levy for the county. So finally, the fourth idea, and what's being recommended by the operations committee at the county of Renfrew, is a draft cost sharing agreement for local municipalities. So, and you did receive a copy of that particular policy. And the idea behind this policy is that if you have a growth-related project in your community, that it would be expected that some portion of that cost would be paid for by the local community. This at least ensures that the the portions of Renfrew County that are experiencing the growth and therefore experiencing the increase in assessment, and hopefully that wonderful increase in the dollars you're collecting from taxation would then bear some part of the responsibility for paying for these kinds of upgrades that are required because of that growth. And I think that's why, I suspicion that's why the Operations Committee is leaning in this direction. So I brought this to you from County Council because we have an opportunity to comment on the policy until, oh, I think it's something like January 15th. So I wanted to get out in front of this so you recognize that this is something that could impact Madawaska Valley. Whatever way this decision goes, there is the potential for an impact. If it's headed towards the idea that it would be a cost sharing agreement, then we do have this one project that we may find that we will end up being expected to share some cost in the future. This, and as we know, this is all very new, it's all tentative. We know there's an issue. We don't know what it looks like, but I just want you to be aware that going forward, that's a possibility we might face. However, it does also mean that those other areas of the county that are having explosions of growth and needing major projects would then also be footing a part of the bill for those sorts of projects as well. So that kind of gives you a general overview of where we're at as best I can from my lowly county councillor position. I wanted you to be able to see these documents, to read them, and to get a sense of why there are these options and where Operations Committee is leaning in their recommendation to County Council. So we have until, I think it's something like January 15th to comment back on this draft cost sharing policy. And I would suggest that we do comment back on a couple of points that we would want some clarity on. And there are a couple that I could think of, and I'm hoping that you also will have reviewed it and you may have some information or thoughts on it as well. So with that, I'll go to Councillor Bromwich.
Thank you, Mayor Love. We also are a little bit of a boom town here with our expansion, our development here. I like to sum up like this: controlled development is a better way of talking about it. We know what's going to happen in the next decade. We know what subdivisions we've got going and who's completing what. We know what services we're going to have to supply these subdivisions with. An example of a situation where uncontrolled development happened and basically the township, the county, is near bankrupt because of it. And that's up at the Muskoka area where they had nothing but boom town. People demanded more services. The tax base would not support it for the immediate future, and they had to start borrowing money to supply these services. We are not there. What I'm concerned with is that Renfrew County adopting a development charge, is that going to condemn us to withhold our development charge that we're seeking at a very small scale compared with Renfrew County? This is almost like building the subway in Toronto and never using it. You know, this is all northern communities along Highway 17 we're talking about that are suffering. Little old rural Ontario down here at the southern part of the county, we're fighting for our own little existence here with our own tax base. So anything we can do to mitigate the amount of money that they're going to demand that we invest in, I'm all for it. I realize that we have a situation down at St. Francis Memorial where we might have to extend that road up to the Valley Manor and tie it into a second exit. That might, as you mentioned, might be part of a cost sharing program we can get involved with, because we're going to have to do it anyway. But I would be very cautious, and we're looking at development charges in our own township here, and I don't want to see those kiboshed because of more development charges. And start scaring people off their investments around here. So I think we're in a pretty good position, and we should be very serious about what we offer up here. Thank you.
Okay, just to clarify, Councillor Bromwich, these were 4 options. I don't think they were picking 2 of 4. The suggestion that Operations Committee made back to County Council was to go with just the draft cost sharing agreement, not the development charge, but it was looked at. The challenge being that the lower tier municipalities are the ones that collect the taxes, and we're the ones that issue the building permits, and it would just become another layer of administrative work that would have to be done by the lower tier. So the development charges at the moment are not what's being recommended, but this was to just take you through the 4 possibilities that were looked at. So hopefully set your mind at ease on that. Councillor Wilmer.
Yeah, my initial thoughts in looking at it is the fairest one or option is the cost sharing. I think we should stay away from all the development charges one, because I think the lower municipalities should have that option to themselves. But I think also with the cost sharing, we have areas like the Petawawa area and the Arnprior area that are the growth areas. And so I think it is important that they pick up part of the tab and that we're not paying for a lot of that development from our end. And if that means paying for the things that we need partially, that's fine. But I think it's the fairest way to do business. And there's certainly, with that development in those areas, there's certainly revenue coming in with it. And I think that revenue is not benefiting us, but it's certainly benefiting the communities that the development needs to occur in. So I think this is sort of the way to go. And in the future, if we do have projects like the St. Francis one, I think those are the sort of projects, and I think it's only fair that we would be sharing some of the costs on those type of projects.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wilmer. Councillor Poplinski.
Yes, thanks, Mayor Love. I agree with Councillor Wilmer. I think that that's really the only option of the 4 that I could see us working with. We look at, somebody mentioned Petawawa. That major change in the traffic count there is because of the federal base, the military base. Take that out of there, they could deal with road going in each direction. And of course, we look at the other end of it, where we've got Arnprior and now Renfrew being part of the bedroom of Ottawa, and it's all traffic in and out of Ottawa. People living can't afford to buy a house in Ottawa, so they're buying them up there. So I can't see supporting it's nice for them to have that. We have our own challenges here, and I think that we just can't be throwing money away and hoping that we're going to get a little bit of it later on. I think the only option is the cost sharing one that would at least guarantee us something. So that would be the way I'd want to proceed with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Poplinski. And do note that certainly as a member of County Council has been lobbying hard. I myself was in Ottawa a number of years ago when we went to the Ministry of Defence. We were making those very points that you just made about, the garrison, and the needs are not just the needs of the local community, they're also the needs of the federal government in terms of access and the ability to move the members of the base quickly and efficiently in and out. So, we have tried, and it's been very disappointing. We've put in some excellent shovel-ready grant applications, but we're just not, no matter what we do, no matter how hard we lobby, we're not getting anywhere. So it is coming to a point where at a county level, some of the rubber and the road are coming together, and we do have to do something. Some of these projects are going to have to be started. So certainly I would support the local cost sharing agreement. I did just highlight Siberia Road and St. Francis Memorial Drive, so council would be aware that there is the potential for a project to occur in our community, and that therefore we may need to plan for any additional costs we might incur because of that project over the next few years. in specific, looking at this the cost sharing agreement, there were some points that I read and I thought to myself, I think I'd like some clarity because what page is this? 209, I believe. Okay, 209 of your package, where it's talking about the local municipality shall be responsible for 50% of the construction of additional parking lanes. That was something I wanted to point out to council, because if we are discussing parking lanes, we may end up having to foot half the cost for them. But the one that I wanted clarity on was 100% of the construction of paved shoulders, whether behind curbs and or gutters or not. And the clarity I would ask staff to seek is, are hardened shoulders considered paved? Because we have had some discussion with the county about hardened shoulders for Defoe Road when that project comes up. The other thing I'd like a better understanding of is, will the county continue to be responsible for the cost of any active transportation added to county roads? Because as a lower tier municipality, should the county decide to add active transportation and hardened shoulders to one of the county roads going through Madawaska Valley, it would not necessarily have been something that we had budgeted for as well. So I just want to understand how that is going to look going forward. But beyond that, was there anything specific in the cost sharing agreement that anyone had a question or concern about that they'd like to have raised to the county? Okay, I'm not seeing anything. So maybe some clarification on those, and perhaps Sue, when we get back to them, to let them know that we would support the concept of a cost sharing agreement. Okay, is there any further comments that council would like to make back to the County of Renfrew by the deadline on this? Councillor Poplinski.
Yes, Mayor Love, it's just in relation to the issues that you raised. There's some ambiguity here, and I think we need to get some clarification. Exactly what does it mean? But I would support the one that we've already stated. But if we could get some clarification on that, because it could be the pig in the poke.
Okay. All right. So, oh, David. Oh my goodness. Our observer.
Excuse me for interrupting, but I thought of a point that I thought I might just make, that the cost sharing of the local municipalities portion may also be appropriate to go into your local DC charge bylaw, because it is growth related, and that might be something you want to check out. So then the municipality's portion of the Renfrew County cost sharing agreement could also qualify for your local DC charge bylaw.
Thank you, David. That's a good point. And so certainly that would also be something, as we're going forward looking at development charges, that would assist potentially to fund this kind of growth and expansion as we need it. So thank you.
All right, thanks.
Okay, anything from staff on this? I just wanted to check and make sure. Hillary, I know you didn't submit the Siberia Road, St. Francis Memorial Drive intersection, because at the moment we're still sort of not even in planning. We're kind of in, it's coming, but we don't know what it looks like.
Yes, through you, Chair, but I certainly believe, like, the Siberia Road scenario, if it's caught within the development portion of whatever's going to happen on St. Francis Memorial Drive, it would be up to the proponent to enhance that. If there is, once the traffic study is completed, I certainly believe that that would be the time when that should be caught, not after the fact. That's where I'm going with this. But I mean, it's not always caught, but in a perfect world, it should be caught. And then amends should be made by the proponent of that, whatever it is going to happen at the end. I believe Valley Manor or the hospital itself, you know. But I guess we'll look forward to that when we get the traffic impact study. That's where I'm going.
Okay, all right. It was the only place in our municipality where I could think of a county road intersection being an issue for us. Is there anywhere else you can think of?
No, there's bridge. We always talk about the single. We don't have the single lane bridges here that could see potential growth and implications. No other bridge income, or nowhere that I know of,
Mhm.
where there's problems with certain growth, of course.
Okay. No, that's good to know. But as you can see, we do need to be on top of this to ensure that we end up with an agreement that works for council. Sue.
The only other area that we had talked about, and we always seem to bring this one up when we look at ways to benefit from the connecting link, is that three-way corner, three-way stop sign.
I was just gonna say.
You know, where we say coming off of Highway 62 onto Highway 60. So the county is aware of that, and we're always told we don't qualify under that specific program because it's a county road that turns on to our connecting link. But I just didn't want to lose sight of that either. So.
Okay, Councillor Wilmer.
That was the one I was going to bring up too, because I do get a lot of comments on that three-way stop. And when I look at it, I don't see any difference in it between the one in Eganville with 41 and 60. So they're very similar, and you have the lights there, and I think it would certainly make it a lot safer to have full traffic lights at that intersection.
Okay, thank you. So everyone, just maybe take a moment in the next little bit to go back over that specific piece of policy with your thinking cap on in terms of our municipality. And if you have any further questions or thoughts, make sure you get them to staff so that they can get that input back to the county without being rushed in the new year. So if you wouldn't mind, everyone, just one more go over that, because in the end, this is going to be important to the future and to how things are going to work as we go forward. Any further comments on this particular item? Okay, I think, Sue, do you feel you have enough from us and Hillary at this point? Okay, that would be great.
I'm not sure if Silas had any further questions. I do believe he's there.
Silas, are you available? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I am. There are so many moving parts with what you just mentioned on Siberia Road. And without elaborating, we are proposing a special council meeting on the 15th. So my recommendation to council is please review this document because it will be under consideration at that special council meeting. Thank you.
Okay, so maybe we could just, especially that piece of policy, bring it back into that next meeting so that we are able to have it handy as we're discussing some of the items we will be discussing in camera at that special council meeting. Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right. If there's nothing further on that, do we have any outstanding matters? I don't think we do. At least I wasn't informed. Okay. So we'll move on to finance and administration, municipal reports. We have Christmas holidays and upcoming council and committee and regular council meetings. And this one was Gwen. Let's see if I'm going to get Gwen. There she is.
So in my report, I'm just proposing that we cancel two of our council meetings and council and committee meetings in January and just have one on the 11th.
Okay, does anyone have a problem with making that adjustment? Staff won't be back. I think you're back in the office like a day or so before what would have been the first meeting.
Correct.
That is correct.
Yeah. So are we good with that adjustment? Okay. Then maybe what I need is I have a recommendation. So Gwen, did you want to read the recommendation?
That the January 4th, 2022 council and committee meeting and the January 18th, 2022 regular council meeting be canceled, and that a regular council meeting be scheduled for January 11th, 2022.
Okay, could I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Poplinski, seconded by Councillor Schulist. Any discussion on the recommendation? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried.
Madam Mayor.
Okay, Yes,
I
Sue.
just wanted to confirm with council, or to make council aware as well, if there are any planning issues or any urgent matters, we would be holding a special council meeting with notice.
Okay. All right, so yes, we'll get back to you on that, but let's hope we can manage to do it with one meeting in January. Okay, and now I've lost track of where I am. I apologize. There we are. Okay. Our next item is council and employee non-unionized remuneration wage grid COLA application. And this one is our treasurer, Amanda.
Hi. So I just wanted to bring some information towards council so that we're all on the same page. Annually, so typically in February, we present the council remuneration bylaw and the employees non-unionized wage grid and for renewal. And on that renewal, we apply a cost of living allowance. The standard has been was set in 2018. We had a discussion with council that we would apply the CPI rate based on Bank of Canada and what the CPI closes at for the previous year end. So in my report, I've just outlined that each year we have increased our wage grids, and I've outlined what the CPI rate was. We know that 2021 is an outstanding year. Last I checked at October 31st, the indicator was recording at 4.7%. And I'm sure we've all noticed it in our expenses. So the Bank of Canada, when they did a quarterly report in September, they reported that the interest rates will remain well into 2022 as a result of high energy prices and pandemic related supply bottlenecks. They are working, they're hoping that the CPI index will ease back to the 2% mark by the end of 2022. And they are monitoring inflation expectations so that the labor costs do not temporarily, or that they only temporarily force the prices up and don't become embedded in our ongoing inflation. So we want to consider the discussion of what are we going to do in February. And I brought this forward just as a consideration for council, because typically we just bring the bylaw and we pass the bylaw because we've never been in this situation before. And I don't want it to be a surprise in the beginning of February if the CPI closes at 4%, and then there might be some concerns by members of council. So I am just bringing this information to you that we may be looking at 4% overall total well into 2022 before it comes back down. And that's my report. So if council has any questions or thoughts on this.
Okay, any questions for Amanda on this? Okay, Councillor Poplinski.
Thanks, Mayor Love. My comment is that once prices go up, have you ever seen them come down? No, they're not going to come down because everything is based on that. So we can hope, pray, and whatever. But at the same, I appreciate having this document because I think it gives us a really good sense of reality what we're facing with inflation. And I just think that we have to be very cautious here. And I think we have to, if things come down to a more normal sense of being, later we can adjust. But in the meantime, we have to work with the numbers that we've got.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Poplinski. So Amanda, this is not just for the month of October. This is what's been happening in the previous 12 months inclusive of October. Is that true?
That's correct. So that's the
Okay.
rate that it has closed at. So if October 31st was the year end, that would be your total. So we still have 2 months, and the end of the year overall will likely not report until beginning of February. So, and it's not just this, but we have to be considerate that we're moving into budget worksheets right now. Construction prices are kind of falling a little bit, but we'll have to very carefully watch those numbers, sort of take those construction costs out of the total overall CPI and really consider what our budget's going to look like for 2022. So,
Right. So we're going to have seen this kind of inflation in the costs that we've actually paid over the last year. That's going to be one of the challenges of remaining within the 2021 budget, is we didn't budget for inflation at this kind of a level. So just to be aware, that's going to be another challenge.
In 2019, when the whole pandemic started, if you all remember, we presented the draft budget and then the whole world shut down, and then we brought the budget back. So there was a lot of cutting, and in 2020, and then continuing in 2021, we just worked off of those levels, those budget levels, you know, only slightly increasing our operating costs and our capital costs. So we haven't, our budgets have not really gone back to normal levels or normal standards that we would typically set. So it's going to be an interesting budget year anyways, definitely.
Okay. Hey, Amanda, I know you like interesting. Thank you for the heads up. We really do appreciate it. Is there anything further from council? I think it's just an awareness for us, and we are just accepting it as information at this point in time. Okay. All right, so let's move on to Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund 2022, and Amanda, again.
Yes, so the Ministry of Finance has released to us what our 2022 allocation will be. We will be receiving $1,616,100. That will help us offset our needed taxation for our operating costs. It is a slight decrease of $8,100 from what we have received in the previous year. I've just sort of outlined what the OMPF is made up of, and that our total household numbers has increased, and also our weighted assessment per household also increased, and therefore resulting in a slight decrease in our OMPF numbers for 2022.
Any questions for Amanda on the OMPF? Okay, then we will accept that as information as well. Okay, thank you, Amanda. Well, let's move on to the Finance Department update, report on tasks and projects.
So I just wanted to keep council sort of abreast of what's happening in finance. We don't often report it. So December is a very busy month. November, December, January is extremely busy for us. We're working on supplementals, write-offs, late payment notices are going out, arrears collections will be starting, will continue. Outstanding taxes, so we'll be working on that, and we will have a more accurately reflected report for council in January of where it's at. County and school board payments will be going out this week. We're working on reconciling revenues, expenses, all our GL accounts, making sure that any capital expenditures that have been budgeted for and there is an ability to have them completed in this year, that they are, and that we're getting the reporting done properly. Just cleaning up a lot of tasks. Budget worksheets have been sent out to the departments with a cutoff date of December 24th, so that we can hopefully get a jump on budget early this year in 2022. And just a lot of busyness happening. So just a report of information so that you're aware of what's happening with us in the next 2 weeks before we close.
Okay, thank you, Amanda. Any questions for Amanda on the finance department update? Okay, great. Thank you, Amanda. We really do appreciate getting that update, and we know that everybody's very busy trying to get ready for year end. All right, we'll move to statement of revenues and expenses for November. Any questions for Amanda on the statement of revenues and expenses? It covers pages 265 to 292. Councillor Poplinski.
Yes, thanks, Mayor Love. My question to Amanda, and it's one that I had raised at previous meeting with respect to the benefits. And I understand you believe that it was posting errors that caused the numbers to indicate as they are. Is that still the case?
Through you, Chair. Yes, sir. So I've been working with the payroll clerk, and we have been actively going through month by month, making sure the numbers are representing accurately. We still have a few months to double check, and so those accounts are a little bit high in places, but I believe that it will be coming down a little bit more as we continuously work through it. So absolutely. And there are, again, we're working through a bunch of accounts, going line by line for each voucher account to make sure everything has been reported properly in each department.
Okay, Councillor Poplinski.
Yes, thanks, Mayor Love. I just wondering if I could have access to those records in sometime in January. I'd like to make myself available to come into the office and review the file, the entire file and the expenditures on that particular item, because I don't want to wait until budget day and renewal of our new program and find out we don't have enough time to do anything. So I really would like to look at that. So I'd like permission to be able to do that.
Yes, sure.
Okay. All right. Yes, please do make sure that gets done so that you're comfortable with that information.
Yes.
Do appreciate that. Any other questions on the revenues and expenses at this point in time? Okay, any of the pages at all? All right. Okay, thank you, Amanda. We appreciate all the work that's going into getting this done and tidied up for year end. Okay, action item report for November 2021. Any questions from council on the action item report? Councillor Wilmer.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, I guess it's on what page? Page 302. The PJYCC proceeding with engaging an engineer and preparing a tender. Are there any updates on that? Because I really feel this is time sensitive, and I'm just wondering, haven't heard anything on it for a while.
Okay, Hillary, please go ahead.
This is such an important document that we have 3 people on this case. Hannah, Sue, and myself. And I believe we're gaining. We've crafted about half of a document so far. So it's going out. We're going to do a RFQ or RFP for consultants, and then we're going to fly. We hope.
So it is being worked on.
Yes,
by a lot of people.
3 of us.
That's good.
To share. It's a big portfolio. So
I understand that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I asked. I just wanted to see that it was still moving along, because I know how detailed it is.
Yeah, we're trying to share the pain.
Yeah.
So good.
No pressure.
No.
Okay. Yes, definitely. Sue.
I just wanted to add that we're very fortunate that we are learning through Petawawa as well. They've just done an ice resurfacing, so they are assisting. Mark has been very helpful in guiding us in the right direction, which has saved us a lot of time.
Yeah, it's fantastic when other municipalities lend a helping hand just to provide that guidance, because they've been through something and they now know all the ins and outs. And I love to see that we're, that our staff are going to their peers and being able to not take some false steps or waste any time because you're being directed in a good direction. So that's great. Is there any other action items that anyone wanted to ask about? Okay, I'm not seeing any. I think it might be time for staff to review the long list of action items, because I noticed quite a few of them seem to be done, unless, and so if you guys could tick some of them off and get them on the completed list, which appears shorter, but I know you've got a lot of this work done. So Hillary?
I cleaned mine off the day after they went to print. So sorry.
Oh no, we're going to
Yeah.
see, we'll see all that the next time we see the
Yeah.
action item, right? We'll see all
No,
the
you won't
completed
see it
ones.
again. If I say completed, you won't see that again.
I think we do.
Do you?
Yeah, we get a list of what's been completed. So,
Or forever? Okay.
well,
good.
maybe not forever, but for as long as at least once, so we know it's
Okay.
done. Gwen, did you want to speak to that?
I did send out a reminder email yesterday to all staff asking them to tidy up their action item list, because I had realized that as well. So everybody's gotten that.
Yeah, and I think, please tick when it's completed, because it looks great. We look at it and go, oh, look at all the work they've got done. So, excited to see it. And hopefully, I guess for our January meeting, would that be the next time we'll see an action list?
No, probably not till February, because they come on council and committee.
Okay. All right. Well, that would be good. All right. Thank you. Where are we at here? Okay. Correspondence and information. We don't have any unfinished business. Sue, do we have any unfinished business? And we don't. Okay.
No, Mayor Love.
All right. So that completes the council and committee portion of the meeting. We're now going to enter the regular council portion of the meeting. We'll start with the confirmation of the minutes of the regular council meeting minutes of November 16th, 2021. The recommendation is that the regular council meeting minutes for November 16th, 2021 be approved as presented. Could I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bromwich, seconded by Councillor Wilmer. Any errors or omissions on these minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried. All right, business arising from the minutes. Any business arising? Okay, I don't see any. Then what we will do is we'll move into bylaws. Let me find the first one here. Okay, bylaw 2021-101 regarding the shoreline road allowance closure and disposition along Long Lake in front of Lot 3, Registered Plan 334, designated as Part 1 on Reference Plan 49R-19829, Geographic Township of Radcliffe, County of Renfrew, Sobelac, SOB-2019-08. The recommendation is that bylaw 2021-101, being a bylaw to provide for the closing and stopping up of part of the shoreline road allowance along Long Lake, fronting Lot 3, Plan 334 in the Township of Madawaska Valley in the County of Renfrew, being part of PIN number 57582-0242LT, and for the sale thereof to the abutting landowner be given third and final reading this 7th day of December 2021. Could I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Poplinski, seconded by Councillor Schulist. All those in, is there any discussion on the bylaw? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried. Bylaw 2021-109 regarding the removal of a holding symbol. Sorry, I gotta find this one. There we go. Regarding the removal of a holding symbol from Residential 1, Exception 71 Holding, R1-E71-H, to Residential 1, Exception 71, RE-E71, with respect to Lot 6 and 7, Concession 5, Geographic Township of Radcliffe, Craig A. and Mary Jude Kelly, KEL-2021-14. The recommendation is that bylaw 2021-109, being a bylaw to amend bylaw number 2006-26 of the Township of Madawaska Valley as amended, be given first and second reading this 7th day of December 2021. Could I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bromwich, seconded by Councillor Wilmer. Is there any discussion on this bylaw? One thing I'd just like to note to council, because I asked Mr. Lurbetsky, who is the font of the knowledge on this thing. There is a comment in the report from JP2G, which is on page 313 of your package. It says the existing septic system has suitable capacity to service the secondary dwelling, which will be confirmed when the church refurbishment is completed and reviewed by the township CBO. So I just asked him to explain that. And I'm wondering, Silas, would you mind just explaining to council how that will be, that capacity will be confirmed?
Mayor Love, I don't know if you can hear me or see me, but my screen is completely frozen. So I hope my voice carries. Hello?
I can hear you.
Oh, we can see you.
And we can see you.
Very, very good. Then I will roll ahead. Yes, when I received the request from the Kellys, together with the report, I forwarded it on to the county for their review. And I instructed them at that time that if the report was favorable, that they were to proceed with the preparation of the removal of the holding symbol, because that is the process that needs to occur. And as you mentioned, Mayor Love, in the planning report, JP2G Consultants Inc. have stressed or stipulated the fact that the septic system that is there would be able to accommodate the second dwelling, providing that there isn't an excessive amount of units being created. And that gets addressed by the CBO, as was stated in the report, that at the time of the renovation building permit, all things are taken into consideration. Is it going to be a 1-bedroom unit? How many kitchens, bathrooms are in it? And the calculation is done. And if it is determined that it is insufficient, that it wouldn't be able to be sustained or supported with the existing system, there would need to be an upgrade to the septic system. So that is how that works. So it isn't just by council approving the removal of the holding symbol that you can just move forward. There are still things that need to be met in order to complete the project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so it basically, depending upon what the design of the project is, and as you said, what is included in that work, that will be determined. Then the capacity issue will be determinable by the chief building official. So we do have that comfort knowing that the CBO will review and make that final determination on the septic system having the correct capacity for what's being proposed. So I just wanted to just make sure that council was aware of that. We have that important backup to our making this decision today based on the study that was put in front of us. Is there any comments or discussion or any questions on anything to do with that? Okay. All right, so we're just making sure we're covering all our bases here, because we know how long we spent in planning in the planning meeting for this one, and we want to be clear that there is still process that has to be followed. And with that, if there's nothing further, all those in favor? And that's carried. The recommendation is that bylaw 2021-109 be given third and final reading this 7th day of December 2021. Can I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Wilmer, seconded by Councillor Poplinski. Any final comments or discussion on the bylaw? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried. Bylaw 2021-110 regarding an amending agreement number 2 to the Product Care Association Municipal Industry Stewardship Plan Services Agreement with Product Care Association of Canada, bylaw number 2015-53 and bylaw number 2016-72. The recommendation is that bylaw 2021-110, being a bylaw to authorize the entering into and execution of an amending agreement number 2 to the Product Care Association Municipal Industry Stewardship Plan Services Agreement between the Corporation of the Township of Madawaska Valley and Product Care Association of Canada be given first and second reading this 7th day of December 2021. Could I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Poplinski, seconded by Councillor Schulist. Is there any discussion on the bylaw? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried. The recommendation is that bylaw 2021-110 be given third and final reading this 7th day of December 2021. Could I get a mover? Moved by Councillor Wilmer, seconded by Councillor Bromwich. Any final discussion on the bylaw? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried. Bylaw 2021-111 regarding a shoreline road allowance closure and disposition along Paw Lake in front of Lot 21, Concession 1, designated as Part 1 on 49R-19899 in the geographic township of Burns, Cope and Smart, COP-2021-02. The recommendation is that bylaw 2021-111, being a bylaw to provide for the closing and stopping up of part of the shore road allowance along Paw Lake in front of Part Broken Lot 21, Concession 1, in the geographic township of Burns in the township of Madawaska Valley in the county of Renfrew, being part of PIN 57548-0180 LT, and for the sale thereof to the abutting landowners be given first and second reading this 7th day of December 2021. Could I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Wilmer, seconded by Councillor Schulist. Is there any discussion on this bylaw? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried. Bylaw 2021-112 regarding the shoreline road allowance closures and disposition along Trout Lake in front of Lot 35, Concession 6, designated as Parts 1 and 2 on 49R-19864. In the geographic township of Sherwood, Olszewski, OLS-2021-04, and Tokarczuk, TOK-2021-05. The recommendation is that bylaw 2021-112, being a bylaw to provide for the closing and stopping up of part of the road allowance along Trout Lake in front of Lot 35, Concession 6, in the geographic township of Sherwood in the township of Madawaska Valley in the county of Renfrew, being part of PIN 57565-0315 LT, and for the sale thereof to the abutting landowners be given first and second reading this 7th day of December 2021. Could I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Poplinski, seconded by Councillor Bromwich. Is there any discussion on this bylaw? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried. Bylaw 2021-113 regarding addition of a corporate policy, Policy G-007, COVID-19 vaccination policy, amendment number 13. The recommendation is that bylaw 2021-113, being a bylaw to amend bylaw number 2014-90 with respect to the addition of policy number G-07, COVID-19 vaccination policy, to the corporate policies and procedures for the Corporation of the Township of Madawaska Valley, be given first and second reading this 7th day of December 2021. Could I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Wilmer, seconded by Councillor Schulist. Okay, thank you. Is there any discussion on the bylaw? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried. The recommendation is that bylaw 2021-113 be given third and final reading this 7th day of December 2021. Could I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bromwich, seconded by Councillor Poplinski. Any final discussion on this bylaw? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried. Bylaw 2021-114, Emergency Management Program and Emergency Response Plan. The recommendation is that bylaw 2021-114, being a bylaw to adopt an emergency management program and emergency response plan and to meet other requirements under the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act, be given first and second reading this 7th day of December 2021. Could I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Poplinski, seconded by Councillor Wilmer. Is there any discussion on this bylaw? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried. The recommendation is that bylaw 2021-114 be given third and final reading this 7th day of December 2021. Moved by Councillor Schulis, seconded by Councillor Bromwich. Any final discussion on the bylaw? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried. Whew, okay, we got through our bylaws. Our next section is an in-camera session. The recommendation is that the meeting enter in-camera session to discuss matters pertaining to the security of the property of the municipality or local board, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, labor relations or employee negotiations, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. Ontario Municipal Act 2001, Chapter 25, Section 239, 2A, B, D, and F. Number 1 will be the human resources update, and I guess that's tentative. Oh wait, no, we also have the treasurer's report dated November 12th, 2021, re-overtime. Number 2 is Wishart Law scheduled for 4 p.m. Court file number CV-21-00000002-0000. And number 3, building condition assessments for the municipal office and library. Could I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Wilmer, seconded by Councillor Poplinski. All those in favor? And that's carried. All right, so if